John Stenzel Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Good morning. We have so much to talk about this morning, so much developing, so much breaking, so let's get right to it. And by the way, stay tuned at the bottom of the hour at 10:30. You'll hear about the impact of President Donald J. Trump as he restores really common sense to our laws. And this is one mom who knows what it feels like, and I mean in a tragic way, to not have law and order in your life and the cost of that, the true cost of that. And this mom has testified on Capitol Hill, so you'll hear from Patty Moore, and that'll be coming up as well. A lot developing, a lot breaking. President Trump just in this whirlwind, as I said yesterday, the first month, and it feels like maybe a year or two. How much has he really accomplished in this short amount of time? The guy rarely takes a breath, it feels like. So we'll take you through all of that. And again, today, more executive orders. Kash Patel being signed in last night, new FBI director, and nobody takes a minute off. They get right to work. Also, I'll point out to you with RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr., as he was, as you know, sworn in as Secretary of the Department of HHS, Health and Human Services. And with this one, remember that Trump also signing a new executive order calling for a team to look into certain medications that we've talked a lot about, antidepressants, antipsychotics, as well as the so-called, obesity medications in children. So how many times have we talked about this where it's never really reported behind the scenes, the impact of all of these different medications that kids are on nowadays, kids, adolescents are diagnosed with, and then the very interactions. And so in this one, it's another angle within MAHA, Make America Healthy Again, that Trump and RFK Jr., this is a very popular type investigation in the sense that we all look at this and say, you know what, with children in the headlines, teens in the headlines, even some of them doing crazy criminal things, and you think, what is happening here with our youth? Is it because of the medications that they're on that have not been approved fully for teens and adolescents? And sometimes they're allowed to diagnose them with that. Is that part of the problem? So the fact that they're looking at that, I think, is fantastic. All right, let's get into it. As we think about CPAC, Elon Musk is there. I loved it. He shows up with this big chainsaw. I'm jealous. I've got a little low-energy chainsaw. It actually works pretty well.
You brought one with you?
No, I should have brought it in today.
Why didn't you bring it in?
I should have brought it in.
Would you be able to go past security with it, though?
It is. Yeah, I'd have to sneak it in my bag. Road Warrior's always like, what's your favorite color? I'm like, green. My chainsaw is green. It is. Elon's is it red, the one that our little Argentinian friend gave to him? I think it was it's huge. And I'm looking at that like, is that real? They said it was gold. It kind of looked red. But, he shows up at CPAC. A lot of people are trolling him and saying, why was he wearing the dark shades? Was he on something? I would say the dark shades are fashionable, and we know he likes the dark MAGA look. So these are his new sunglasses, and so he's added them to the so-called, dark MAGA look. But let's take you through it as far as what was going on. Elon, and I would say he was a scheduled speaker, but these speakers are not giving what I would call a formal speech at CPAC, but rather it's a Q&A, which is a little more informal, allows busy people to not have to prepare, like a TED Talk, which in the past when I've seen CPAC speakers, most people really, they did prepare some kind of a speech. It almost reminds me of a conservative version of TED Talks. But in this one, they're sitting down. It's a Q&A. It's a little more informal, but they don't have to do this big show prep, if you will, to go on a stage and deliver a formal speech. That's what I really take out of this. So, Dan,
the glasses are corny, though. I mean,
really?
Yeah.
Those are the popular glasses, though.
I know, but why are you wearing them inside? It's like the old song, don't wear, what is it, sunglasses at night? Is that, yeah? I do have the audio, though, if you want that.
Yeah, take us through it.
Yeah, let me get the music going, though, first.
Oh, he's got Little music.
Yeah, why not? Let's throw that in there too. Here you go.
Because the
But then you-
music
then you-
goes
you-
with the sunglasses.
Learn that
Actually.
like there's hundreds of billions of dollars going to these so-called NGOs.
Yeah.
And it's your tax dollars that are funding things that are fundamentally anti-American.
And they're propping up their narrative.
yes.
A lot of that government money has been propping up a left that I don't think is as strong as they made it seem.
In fact, a massive amount of your tax dollars is going to legacy media companies.
Yes.
Directly from the government.
The government wants to take over media.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah. That's why we have X.
Yeah, and that's
Why you spent $44 billion. I mean, that's a lot of money.
I mean,
More than it was probably worth. But there was a message.
freedom is priceless.
Priceless. Yeah. Probably one of the most important investments this country's ever seen. If you got to protect the First Amendment, it's not much more important than that.
Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of criticism, and people said, well, that proves he's a huge idiot from look, you bought it for whatever, $44 billion, and now it's worth like 8 cents. And
It's not worth 8 cents.
but there's it was essentially to buy freedom of expression, yeah.
Once that's gone,
That
it's
was-
all
that was
over.
it, yeah.
It's all over.
So you hear how I love this format because it's very conversational. It's informal. If you're watching on YouTube, are you looking at our great executive producer Dan Borowski, who is kind of slightly
It's a very corny look. This whole
going for
sunglasses
his.
inside.
You look good.
Yeah, you like it?
You know what I think, Dan? I think Dan nailed it because the music is what was lacking. They should have had Dan Borowski running the music under Elon's interview there. I think the
corny, I'm
music
sorry.
makes it all come together. Do you know what I mean?
If
like
I
the
showed up to work
sunglasses.
with these, actually wearing these seriously, there's no way I'd be taken seriously.
It reminds me, back in the day, so when I first started in Philadelphia, before I went to the Fox 29 10 o'clock news as their anchor, I worked at CBS 3. Larry Kane, of course you know him in Philadelphia, and Larry, for, I don't know, a week or so, he was walking around with sunglasses on. But he had to explain every single time, hey, I'm not wearing the sunglasses to be cool, even though I, know the Beatles, but it's because my other prescription glasses, they broke. So these are the only glasses I have, the sunglasses.
I don't buy it.
And that's what, I know.
It just seems very apropos of Larry to walk around with sunglasses inside.
We all, behind his back, that's what we said. We teased it. We're like, yo, come on, Larry Kane. You know why you're wearing that. You're Mr. Cool. Come on. I did know the Beatles. My greatest Larry Kane line is going to the, covering the RNC convention here in Philadelphia in the year 2000 with the Bushes.
Mm-hmm.
Walking in with Larry Kane, and all these people were going, hey, like that. And he looks at me, and he, of course, had his sunglasses on, and he goes, hey, you know how he did with his hands? Hey, let me tell you something. It's not easy being a legend. That's what he said to me.
No, he said
I
that to
swear,
you?
by hand to God. I laughed so hard. He was, I get a kick out of him. He's a sweetheart. Anyway, one of my mentors in the industry. So with Elon Musk, here's what I would take from this. And there are all these headlines. I'll read them to you. CNN, indiscriminate madness. Doge claims firings are targeting low performers and new workers, but is that the case? And then another one, and this is ABC News, says Doge claims $55 billion in government cuts so far, but the figure is hard to verify. So just a couple of headlines to show you that, the media is scrutinizing every single move that's being made. How much money are they cutting? Here's what I'm going to say about this, and we're going to get to more audio in just a sec. It's very popular to cut out, let's say, the NGA programs, things like that. But when you are talking about people, and just if you heard us on Kale & Company just 15 minutes ago, or what was that? No, 20-some minutes ago, we had somebody who actually used to work here at Odyssey and then went on to get a job at the IRS here in Philadelphia and is among the 400 people here in Philadelphia with the IRS who just got the letter of termination. And so Robert was just telling us that he voted for Trump. He's a Trump supporter, supports really the idea of government efficiency and Doge, but he's saying, wait a minute, this is basically he called it a wrecking ball or maybe a little sloppy, if you will, that they're doing this very quickly. And he's saying, I'm a high performer, even though he saw government waste, because of course there is. And so when you talk about human beings and firing this many, right, we're talking about a lot of people. So 77,000, that's the number we had. 77,000 took the buyout voluntarily and said, bye-bye, I'm going to take 8 months, get a 8-month vacation at full pay. This is fantastic. I was thinking about leaving anyway, whatever. And they leave. Now you have how many thousands? That 7,000 is the latest number of the IRS employees. They're the ones reportedly that got the letter, including hundreds here in Philadelphia among the thousands across the country. Some of them are contract employees. They're easier to fire. Some of them are relatively new employees. They're easier to fire. But those employees who are in the union and are vested or have more than a couple years, I think they're the ones who are saying they're going to fight this in court, push back. But I'll say this, you're talking about years. And so are you really going to win that? How many will join in with it? So now we'll see the court battles and how much the court battles cost. So I just want to interject that, Dan. Dan took his sunglasses off.
I did.
Come on, you look good.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Usually Dan wears this black. I like the black that you wear. So if you had the black and maybe the black
Look like
MAGA
Johnny
hat,
Cash.
yeah, with the kind of the Johnny Cash look.
Yes.
I think it's
the black
not
on black.
looking good with the
You don't like the taupe?
mink. It's mink. It's not really. They don't call it taupe.
No.
It's mink. That's the color.
Do you know who Jenna Lyons is?
Jenna?
Jenna Lyons, the name. Fashionista.
No.
Okay, little detour there. Sorry, she was the one that was pushing khaki for J. Crew. She's now a Real Housewife of New York. I think she's responsible for a lot of this taupe we're seeing out there.
All right.
On fashion though, Keith has something there. Dawn.
Hey, Keith.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you, Keith? Happy Friday.
Good. Good. His glasses are red. They're not really sunglasses. Robert Downey Jr. and a lot of movie stars are wearing them now. They're saying that they reduce stress. I actually just got a pair yesterday in the mail, so I'll let you know. But they're supposed to be healthier for you.
Well, how do they work? Do they reduce your stress?
Well, I don't know. I just got them yesterday. I haven't had them on yet. But when I talk to my wife, I plan to wear them.
Well, put them on right now and see if it reduces your stress.
Well, I'm not home right now, but
Aww.
you know that's the big thing in Hollywood. So when he turns his head, you'll see that they're red. They block out like dangerous blue light and yada yada, but they're really not for the sun. They're for indoors.
Keith, you are the first person. You're the first person. This is breaking news because Keith, you're the first person who I hear. They were saying they were Ray-Bans, but nobody is describing them as these red. So we're gonna have to get Dan Borowski. I'll have to get my husband Lair Bear some of these. So what brand? Where do you get these, Keith?
I just look them up on the internet. A lot of guys on the red carpet, a lot of men and women stars have been wearing them lately. I don't know if anybody's paid attention, but they're going to these red carpet at night, and they're wearing them. And I guess it's right now. It's cool. So who knows? It's a trend.
I love this. Keith, thank you for that.
Stress the hell out. That's why. Yeah.
So
okay, you're welcome.
Really appreciate it. Yeah, look at this. They have a calming effect, and the red lenses that block all blue wavelength. So they're the first sunglasses. They reduce incoming light and reduce sensory overload, which also they help people with ADHD and other, which we always hear that Elon Musk, and this is something we've heard for decades, that he's on the spectrum with a diagnosis. This all would make sense, right? That for anybody that would reduce stress, but especially maybe if you have a little bit of the tism, as my kids, that's what they all call it at school. If you're on the trum, they shorten everything. So if you're on the trum, they don't say spectrum. They say if you're on the trum or you have a little bit of the tism, or maybe you're just stressed out, you would wear these red sunglasses. But on video, I guess it looks like they're just black sunglasses. So we'll have to look into this. And then I wondered if they were the Meta sunglasses that we got our kids.
Oh, no, you would be wearing the competition. Come on.
Oh, that's true. He wouldn't wear.
Yeah.
Okay, that's true.
Like when I'm looking at now, I'm seeing if like there's if he's working on any kind of smart glasses with the Neuralink or Tesla.
See,
but,
because he's such a promoter, that is a great point too.
Maybe there was maybe he was reading off something on the inside of his glasses there.
So we might have to check into this.
Kidding,
yes. Well, no, I mean, but I guess even though they have a red-black appearance, they have a calming appearance and they're proven scientifically to reduce anxiety, especially social anxiety or any stresses. This is a great gift. I'm learning something. This is why this is the best
You really
audience.
think they actually work though?
Yeah.
You do?
Because you know why? Because
Just seeing through a different shade of color?
they're designed by Dr. Andrew Huberman
Yeah.
to help improve.
And Trident's approved by 4 out of 5 dentists.
Well, I'm just saying. Look, I would imagine the Roca Huberman Lab. I don't know. He's a doctor. See, this is what a sucker I am for stuff like this. I will now buy a pair.
Yeah?
I will.
Are they expensive?
And I'll
though?
let you know. I don't know.
Yeah.
If Larry's listening. He's not listening yet. He doesn't start listening till like 10:30.
Next week, if Dawn shows up with a new
I
pair of
know.
glasses on the stream,
I might have
you'll
to
know-
get
you'll
some
know
of
what
these.
they
How
are.
much are they? Well, if they're prescription, they're going to be more, right? But if they're just non-prescription,
Oh my gosh.
what?
Well,
How
I guess
much are
not
they?
for glasses. They're in the 200 range, 220, 240.
That's a good
It's,
gift,
it's
though.
a lot for me, but I guess if you're talking like Ray-Bans and all, it's about the same price.
Yeah. No blue light blocking. $79.
What?
I got them for $79.
No, that's probably like an Amazon. No, it's a Temu version.
So, it's not the Temu version. Is Temu or Temu?
I
It's not
have
like
no
an
idea.
emu.
I don't care
or
enough to
emu.
learn. I don't respect them.
All right, we'll take a break. Get your thoughts, right?
Go get 'em on Amazon.
855. Yeah, I probably it's Amazon. They're polarized, true dark, or Roca. If you buy them on Roca, they're $170. But the same exact thing is on Amazon for $79. And I probably can get a coupon because you know me, I'm the coupon queen. Speaking of queens, what has Laura Trump? This woman is she's like one of those people that never takes a minute off. What did she do in between? So she starts this new show tomorrow, but she resigned her position as, helping her great father-in-law win a big victory, and along with Michael Watley, who got to know well here. But she took a little time off. I imagine I pictured her in her little skimpy bikini because she is rocking that body. She works out all the time. And so what was she doing in between? She kept busy. So we'll show you. You got to see some of her. She launched this workout line, and you got to see her in these. And of course, everything's patriotic, but I might have to buy some of this too because she's rocking the, workout wear, but it's comfortable. It's mom friendly because she's a mom, even though, I don't know, she kept her hot mama pre-kid body. But I have to say, Lara Trump or Kim Kardashian, I'm going with Lara. Do you know what I mean? If I'm going to buy some workout wear, I'm going with Lara Trump. So you got to see this. You got to see what she's been doing, what she's been up to. We'll take a quick break. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here at Dawn Stensland on X.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
The working families of La Una Labor's District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app. So you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
So we're having a little fun. We have a great interview, serious interview in just a few moments, but we're having a little fun with talking about Lara Trump launching her big new show on Fox as she prepares for that. So, I just thought she'd be just taking a little time off, maybe on an island vacation with the kids and whatnot. Nope. She is so hardworking, as her famous father-in-law has said. And Dan actually found some of her workout gear because she launched her own line. It's called LT, the Lara Trump collection, if you will, as it's all workout gear. So I looked at the Lara Trump collection online. If you go to it, it's already selling out. If you want to talk about the power, so I know that Dan had some different images of her. It looks, some of it's really comfy, like there's an oversized tee, says USA. That one sold out. But a lot of red, white, and blue and different, patriotic themes. But I don't know. I think it's very flattering. It looks, well, anything would look good on her, quite frankly. She's so incredibly fit. There's not an ounce of, she must work out every day.
The only show on our station that we could probably get away with showing workout footage of Lara.
Why?
I'm just saying. You think Mikhail
She's so fit. Yeah, because they would get accused of, whatever. But no, I mean, I celebrate, I celebrate her being so fit. And I mean, look at her lats. You know what I mean? She even had, that's like something, you know what I mean? My teenagers look at the lats, your shoulders, those kind of muscles. That's what.
Is that what they are?
Teenage boys, you know what I mean? Are looking at every ounce of her. She really, look at this. If you look at this, she is.
YouTube.com/@12WPHT.
She's got to be one of America's most fit women. Seriously, with the muscles going on, the arms, the legs. But I think it's a great Maha theme to say, it's hard to balance all of that. Being a mom of two, having a full-time job, and then finding the time to fit. And sometimes she'll do a cute little video with her kids where she's just takes a moment, does some, let's get physical. Is this Olivia Newton-John? But sometimes she'll do a little thing where she's saying, hey, just do some push-ups if you can, do some sit-ups. But it's a cute line, the Lara Trump collection. The fact that it's already selling out shows you the power of the name Trump. So, wishing her well as she's starting her new gig. Let your body talk. It's a new Maha theme in America. Let's all be healthy. Let's be fit and celebrate.
Well, that's not
being fit.
Nice or politically correct.
It's not?
No.
I thought it was.
No,
it's
not.
It would be.
No.
Why not?
Well, you're letting a lot of people down. You're fat shaming.
I'm not fat shaming
at
all. I'm saying, hey, they have every size. If you go to her site, they have every size, no matter what size you are.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think she's just saying, whatever size you are, put the workout gear on.
Yeah.
And get fit, whether you could do 5 push-ups or 55. I like that. It's inspiring, isn't it? Try to be as fit.
Well, you would think.
Be as fit and fashionable as possible.
It's nice to see a return of that, Dawn, I got to say.
Well, hey, we're going to have a great guest in just a second. Let's take you on the road real quick here, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, featuring the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Rover, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. These models have such sleek new designs and the best innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And right now they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Just visit them. Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Walter Sterling here. We're off to dynamic Germany. Fairy tale castles like Mad King Ludwig's Neuschwanstein. Bavarian pittoresque villages like Rothenburg. Germany's most beautiful city, medieval Munich. The world's most famous Hofbräus, fine dining, and luxury hotels. Mozart Salzburg in Austria and majestic Zugspitze. 5569, and that includes your airfare. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. Now, from this region of high culture, art, and industrial genius also sprang one of history's darkest chapters, the rise of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. We'll retrace the rise of the Nazi Party from the beer hall putsch to the pageantry at Nuremberg, a chilling visit to Dachau concentration camp and the rally grounds in historic Nuremberg. We'll even visit Hitler's mountain retreat, the Eagle's Nest. I'll see you by the Glockenspiel.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumber690.org.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Free speech lives here with Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
We got the phone call, and the phone call went something like this. Hello, Mom? There's somebody here that'd like to speak to you. Okay. Hello? Hello, Mrs. Morin? This is Detective so-and-so. There's no easy way to tell you this. We found your daughter's body. I had just learned a few hours earlier that she was missing. We didn't know she was missing. She went on a trail in our town that's very public, very small, and we've walked it for over 25 years. She grew up walking this trail. An illegal immigrant that was a gotaway from El Salvador had waited for her on the trail. I was told that they grabbed her, dragged her through the woods, raped her, strangled her, murdered her. We were told that her body was blanketed in bruises. And I can tell you from looking at her when I went to the funeral home that it was probably the most graphic thing that I've ever seen. These murders are very horrendous. He then stuffed her into a drain pipe. So when the detective called and he said, Mrs. Morin, we found your daughter's body, you know that she's dead. It was such a complete shock to our whole family.
I can't take any more, Dawn.
Yeah.
I really
This is what you're listening to is just the tragic but really riveting testimony by Patty Morin. She delivered that powerful emotional testimony on Capitol Hill, actually testified a couple times after her adult daughter, Rachel, was raped and murdered on that trail that she referred to in Maryland. Of course, we had covered it at the time. It was in the summer of 2023, a trail where they had felt was safe for many years. And this was following that nationwide manhunt. Authorities did ID that illegal immigrants or illegal alien Victor Martinez Hernandez, 23 years old, from El Salvador, and who then was arrested as that suspect in her murder. Patty Morin now joins us just because we wanted to really make sure that this story is not forgotten. And it's, I think Patty, it's fair to say, is one of the many, many Americans who's so grateful to the fact that President Donald J. Trump signed into law the Laken Riley Act, a law that mandates the federal detention of illegals who are accused of crimes, especially those violent crimes, and this in the wake of murders like that of Rachel, Patty's daughter. So good morning, Patty. I'm so sorry for your loss, and we thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you for inviting me to come on and share Rachel's story.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
No, absolutely. It's, so often in the headlines and in the moment of the breaking news, Patty, I think that we don't do enough follow-up And certainly, I think you can appreciate the fact, Patty, that many in the mainstream media would love to forget your daughter's name, Laken Riley's name, all of the names of those victims who should be alive today and who would be alive today if not for the fact that these dangerous felons were allowed to just walk into our country.
Yeah, and I think that people don't want to, well, they are acknowledging now because we have over 20 million illegal immigrants in our country. But at the time, they didn't want to hold the previous administration accountable for the crimes of American citizens that have happened at the hands of alleged illegal criminals and immigrants. And so at the time, it was very political. But I am so grateful to President Trump recognizing that something has to be done to protect American citizens, and for him to close the border and to sign that bill into law, which would help to curb some of these criminal activities from going further. Like one of the things in the act is if they committed the crime of shoplifting.
Mm-hmm.
And some people would say, well, shoplifting is just a little thing. One, it's a crime. Two, if it's perpetrated by an illegal immigrant, who's to say that they haven't committed other crimes? So it's a way of like opening the door so that we can actually find the criminals and arrest them and get them, so that they're not harming other American citizens.
And as far as I know, there are governors, including, because I'm broadcasting from Pennsylvania, Governor Josh Shapiro is at the White House. The Governors Association there is at the White House today. And as far as the Maryland, Governor, Wes Moore, who's a Democrat, he's being called upon really to sign his own executive order to cooperate with ICE, to honor ICE. Do you feel that you have the support there in Maryland, where your daughter obviously was brutally taken from you?
Well, I think locally,
Mm-hmm.
there are counties that are conservative, and they do support ICE. And there was actually a poll that I just read this morning where they did a survey, and 76% of Marylanders support cooperating with ICE. But with that said, there is, for lack of a better word, a Democrat stronghold in the more populated cities like Baltimore City and, Arundel County and just like all those. And so I don't know that as a state,
Mm-hmm.
if our family has the support that's needed to cooperate with ICE.
And so that, to me, when I know you're thankful that President Trump signed into law the Laken Riley Act, but on the other hand, are you still worried about, exactly what you're saying, states like Maryland, areas where they're so-called sanctuary municipalities, and I'm not suggesting that anybody purposely is harboring dangerous criminals, but basically they are, by the fact that they're refusing to cooperate with ICE.
Well, they're refusing to cooperate with ICE, but then they are also telling the public, we will protect you. We will not share your information. And a lot of people in America don't realize that sanctuary cities actually started and originated in the Middle East. It's an old religious cultural thing. And my question is, why are we taking the religious practices of Iran, Turkey, all these Middle Eastern countries and putting them into our government, our governance, and our politics here in America? Why are we subjecting our citizens to harm's way by harboring criminals and saying you have a safe place here? Like, who's profiting from this? Yeah. It's the only thing that I can think of is why would somebody choose someone over the American citizen unless they're profiting in some way? And that's just my opinion.
Well, no, and I mean, and my goodness, I think there are so many people who would say you of all people as an angel mom. I think, first of all, that title, angel mom, no mom wants that title that you bear, right?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Mm-mm.
And so I know that you're speaking out and you want people to be aware of this. So take me through this now, Patty. And I, unfortunately, you are a member of this unfortunate, club, if you will, of angel moms who want people to hear the story, who want people to understand the real issues, and that just by the signature, one signature with Trump, it seems like you're saying, Patty, that it's only the beginning of this. What further do you want people to know?
I hope this is only the beginning. I want people to know that America and Americans are not against immigration. Every one of us can trace our roots back to somebody that has immigrated to this country. So we're not against immigration, but there's a difference between legal and illegal immigration. And I do believe that Biden deceived some of the immigrants that came to our country, but also I think that criminal immigrants took advantage of the open borders and came here. And I also believe that nations and countries took advantage of the open borders to come and to destabilize our country. So I think what we need is we need to abolish sanctuary cities. We need to abolish harboring criminals, and even though they've committed no crimes and they're here deceptively, we still need to send people back to their countries, have them go through the legal process of coming and immigrating into our country. That's the only way that we're going to be able to, for the most part, protect our country and our citizens from these bad actors and these criminals that have just come in along with the masses of, the innocent that may have come here looking for a better life.
And so when you see, Patty, when you see the headlines day after day, and there are, I know that it depends on what headlines you're looking at, but I will tell you, for me, looking at all the different monitors, all the different sites, which I do look at every single morning, starting at 3:30 in the morning, so many of them make it seem as if innocent people are being targeted, and that this is some kind of a witch hunt, if you will, by the Trump administration, or that it's somehow racist against people coming from other countries. What would you say if you could have an audience with people who believe in those headlines or write those headlines? What would you want them to know?
Well, I would say that, one, I think that they are, it's media, so they're looking for sensationalism, and the best way to do that is to stir up people's emotions, and especially anger, strong emotion. And if it goes against their personal politics, all the better, to stir people up and say, this is wrong and this isn't fair. But what they're not saying is that essentially they broke the law. And if you have a country or a city or a town and you have laws and people say, yes, we want these laws, but then you don't enforce the laws carry no weight. They have no penalty. It allows for chaos and lawlessness because people know that there's no consequence. So whether they're innocent, came here looking for a better life and was deceived by saying, come on in, or they're the criminal or the terrorist from other countries, they're still essentially breaking the law. And we need to uphold the laws that protect our nation. So I would say to these people that are writing these headlines and trying to stir up all this fear and, the sense of indignity that we would treat other people this way, that those people broke the law, plain and simple. If I run a stop sign or a red light, I'm going to get a ticket because I broke the law. And you would say, oh, that's nothing. You just drove, through a red light. But still, it's a law. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right.
And I think that it's all politics, and it always comes down to who wants to be in control and how much money are they making or not making.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
It's so true. What was it like for you to meet with President Trump, to be emboldened by this, at least that he signed the legislation into law?
Oh, man, I was so grateful. I had met him when we had first found out that they had arrested a suspect, and we found out that it was potentially an illegal immigrant. President Trump was the first person to call our family and to, give us his condolences, and then invited us to meet him for lunch so that we could sit and talk. And so it was interesting to go to lunch. It was at one of his golf resorts, and to meet the people that work for him, just, the waiters, the waitresses, whatever, and how much they enjoyed working for President Trump, and that they genuinely respected him, that he was a kind man. Yeah. So I thought that was really interesting, having worked in retail for a decade or more. And then to go and sit, and I on purpose didn't speak so much because I wanted to hear what he had to say, because you can tell more about a person by the words that they speak and by their actions. And so I wanted to see if he was a genuine person, if this was a political thing, and that he thought maybe it would somehow help him with his campaign. So I listened to him more than spoke, and I could tell that he genuinely cared about our family, but his heart went out to the fact that we lost somebody that we didn't need to lose. And so that he just seemed like a real person. I've spoken with Governor Wes Moore. I've spoken with congressmen, and you can tell from their language, their body language, the words that they say, if they're genuine or not. And President Trump is genuinely a man who cares about his fellow man, and he wanted to do something about it. So having him sign the Lakeland Riley law was him keeping his word, and that just spoke volumes to the integrity of the man.
I'm thinking about, I know that I've read a lot about you, your faith, that you've turned to your faith. Your daughter, 37 years young, was somebody who loved to be fit. I was talking about Lara Trump and her fitness line and all of that earlier, but I think about the thing that your daughter Rachel and Lake and Riley had in common. They were out going for their run. They were trying to remain healthy as moms with kids. So, there's a common theme there. But can you just, final question, as you just want to pay tribute to your daughter, think about how, think about all of the legislation now to support and protect women who maybe are going out for a run even today on, and the hope and prayer for them, but how you will help to raise your grandchildren without their mom.
That is a very hard question to answer because, I don't see my grandchildren as often as I would like, and it's because of the fathers and actually the character of the fathers. And there was a reason my daughter wasn't with them. So I pray for them. I hope someday to be able to speak with them. But the both.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to, gosh, you have so much to pray for and so much that your heart is hurting. So we lift you up in prayer for sure. And Patty, I hope you come back. I hope we continue the conversation because I know how important it is for you to keep the memory of your daughter alive. And as well, you will be in my prayers as far as, because I think you're such a great role model and source of strength as a grandmother. And for your grandchildren, I know that they probably miss you as much as you're missing them.
Yes. Thank you. Yes.
Well, Patty, until next time, thank you so much.
Thank you,
Patty. Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Patty.
Thank you again for this opportunity.
Oh, thank you. Dan Borowski, thank you for, I was trying to, in the end, I was trying to ask something that I could think of that was more uplifting and didn't realize that,
sometimes it happens.
That so that's, when you think of losing your daughter, but then if she's divorced and that sort of thing, and that's a whole nother layer. So, oh gosh, she has quite a burden to bear. But I know I had asked her about her faith because I know she had posted online. She had even put, after meeting with President Trump, she had written Proverbs 29, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. When the wicked rule, the people mourn. So she had put out some scriptures. I knew that she was, a Christian, that she had put out, talked about her faith before, but we didn't expect that. So thank you for your prayers. Keep Patty in your prayers, please. So let's take a quick break, right? And we will do a reset. We have a lot of developing news, breaking news, and this involves Trump, the White House, and as well locally here, Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, New Jersey, our region. Stay right there.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
More appliances are sold in February than any other month, which is why you'll be bombarded by President's Day sale ads. Brands offer deep discounts to take advantage of this busy time. National Appliance Warehouse is driven to offer the lowest prices year-round, especially during the appliance industry's biggest sale. They'll leverage their massive buying power to guarantee the lowest prices for their customers and use Price Assured to deliver that promise. Your greatest weapon against paying too much for new appliances is National Appliance Warehouse with Price Assure. As always, our friendly professionals will match you with the perfect appliances and an enjoyable experience, all with the lowest prices.
The President's Day mega sale has been extended at National Appliance Warehouse. Save an incredible 35% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today. At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 12-month IRA certificate at 4.20% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 9-month certificate at 4.15% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, HIMS can help. Through HIMS.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at HIMS.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs, with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but HIMS can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to HIMS.com/joy. That's HIMS.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Your old or broken phone can let you down, but at Verizon, trade in any old phone from our top brands and get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence with a new line on My Plan and iPad and Apple Watch Series 10. After all, you don't want your old phone to die on you when you're lost.
Perfect.
Or for your broken phone to glitch at the worst possible time.
Hey, can I get your number? Oh.
Trade in your old phone for a brand new iPhone 16 Pro, iPad, and Apple Watch. Visit Verizon.com today. Additional terms apply. Service plan required for Apple Watch and iPad.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Al Butticus. I've been with Crash Proof Retirement since 2007. Today, inflation is taking a big chunk out of whatever money you have. Every time you look at the TV, whether it's eggs, gas, vehicles, something else is going up. Money's just trickling away, but at Crash Proof it doesn't. Crash Proof Retirement is an inflation fighter. Any money I made in Crash Proof was credited to my account, and I'll never lose it. You could take out what you need to take care of your financial needs, to cover the cost of inflation, and your money's still growing while it's in the account. There's nothing better than that. Since 2007, I have no fees, don't pay for anything. My money's safe, always was safe, always there, always growing. Thank you, Crash Proof Retirement.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. February, American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating heart-friendly foods, and your dental health. Plaque can lead to bacteria growth. Not good for your heart, but it's a great time to schedule an appointment with board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz at the Bentz Dental Group. Like heart disease, dental challenges can strike at any age. Concerns about your oral health? Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it it with a smile.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Whew, are we on?
Yeah.
Hey, you.
Hey.
We have so much. If you were on YouTube, then you saw like Greg came in. We all just took a moment because just saying a prayer. Certainly for Patty Morin. Thank you for, and you, Dan, Dan Borowski, but Dan, booked that interview and we just vowed that, and Dan just wrote her a beautiful note as well, but just to say, we'll keep Patty in our prayers and just keep up to date. And I even said this, honestly, if it would be helpful, if I interviewed some of, her daughter who was murdered brutally. Some of the, husbands, obviously she went through I think 2 divorces. So I'll interview them. We can, talk because it's important that even though maybe there's some tough relationship stuff going on between an in-law. Yeah. The truth is you got to get rid of all that when it's for the kids who've just lost their mommy. Yeah. Right? And these are young kids.
Yeah, that was
that was tough.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, Angel Mom Patty Morin came on and long interview discussing her daughter and the great things that Trump has done for immigration. And when asking her if she's, how things have gone with her granddaughters, her daughter's children, Rachel, who was slain, she broke down in tears and said that she hasn't been able to have much of a relationship with her grandchildren. And it's a horrible thing to hear something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's bad enough that your daughter was, brutally murdered. You have to identify her body. Then on top of it, you've got the rough, kind of relationship. Maybe the sons-in-law, former sons-in-law, not a terrific relationship. And so, that I just hope to God that those dads will, think about their kids, put their kids first, and maybe that will help the kids, put the kids first always, for sure.
We know nothing about the situation, sadly.
Yeah.
There's not much that we do know, but, trauma is indeed something horrible, so I don't know if that plays into it, but, man, hopefully they can work things out there.
Yeah, it's so true. Thank you, Dan. Beautifully said. All right, and by the way, Larry Menti, my husband, he's always saying, I'm listening. They get us practically New York, North Jersey. Yeah. The signal is so strong. We were on the YouTube chat earlier and just asking people, where are you watching from? Because I've got friends and family in Florida, across the country, and it's fun to see all the different states across the country who can either get us on the Odyssey app or on YouTube, which is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on YouTube, or of course, right here on our station, 1210 WPHT. It's also, if you have digital in your car, then it's 98 and it's number 3. So you get the FM value of it.
So essentially what you're saying is that anyone, anywhere can listen to us at any time.
Anywhere. We are here for you. And so good morning. It's tough for me to say good morning sometimes because, we all get up in the wee hours of the morning. So right now it just feels like it's like
good afternoon,
basically
good evening
the evening.
for you.
Yeah. So we'll talk about all of it. We'll get to all of it as we think about what's happening. And I know the Governor Shapiro, is in D.C. there with Trump. And so I would love to be a fly on the wall. I was watching all of that with the governors. So that's one of the big things that is happening.
Do you know what time he said to speak? I know it says soon. Trump,
yeah.
Trump will have remarks during that governor's meeting coming up soon, hopefully.
So I think any moment. So maybe we'll dip into that. Definitely go into that. This week, of course, a lot because we had local stations and our own Rich Scioli, among others. They were at the White House, but also we have CPAC going on. And so I love, when we dip into that as well between Elon Musk, all of the different speakers. It's so much fun. So we've been visiting that. So there's a lot that's breaking that we may get into. I will just say to you, this idea of using AI, artificial intelligence cameras to ticket all of us really stinks. And this is just the beginning. But if you pull in even one of those bike lanes or bus lanes in Philadelphia, you're going to face these are huge fines, by the way. And they affect all of us across the city. And I'm getting a whiff of this. I think this is coming in the suburbs too. Because if you think about the revenue source, think about the fact that in all of these pilot programs, and that's how they begin, whether it's on I-76, the Schuylkill, or whether it's on the bike lanes, on the bus lanes, the buses have these cameras as well. But just during the pilot program, which wasn't even an entire summer, they came out with 30,000 violations, okay? So you multiply that by $101. That's the minimum cost of these fines. And now you think about it's an easy revenue source for any municipality. This is the wave of the future. And so this is what we're all going to have to put up with. And I'm just do you remember, and Dan, I don't know if you remember this, but back in the day, my dad had a buster. It was like a radar buster. And it was in his vehicle. And so that if Smokey, if the police had, as my dad said, if the police had like the radar, this was a thing that could make it so they couldn't get the read.
The radar detector, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, Dad called it a buster.
May or may not have had one of those at one point. No comment?
So I wonder, I never have had that.
No, me neither, no.
But my dad did. So anyway, I'm being serious. I really didn't have it. But I wonder if are there busters for these cameras? And how would that work? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no.
855-839-1210. Because I wonder.
Like a jammer almost.
Like a jammer.
Yeah.
Now, some people say, and this all weaves into Elon Musk wearing the sunglasses, which Keith earlier told us, they're sunglasses with the red lens. But also, what if there's something on your vehicle that's like the red, like one of those pointers like you use for a cat to distract the cat? So there are some who say like those, so the red, I don't know, thing, the red little light can make it so it can't be red. Do you see what I'm saying? READ.
Yeah.
So does that work?
Huh.
Is there a buster? Is there a camera buster? Not that I would ever promote that because
no.
I'm a Law and Order gal, but I'm just waiting for that.
You surely are, too.
I'm just waiting for that one.
Yeah.
So 855-839-1210. If you've heard of that, if you know of that, if you are dreading what AI can do as far as enforcement. And that's why I think if you think about the future, people are just going to give up and say, well, I'm just going to go with the vehicle that can drive itself, because then it's self-driving. It's going to go the speed limit. I'm not going to deal.
Are you saying you're in favor of self-driving
No, I'm
cars?
not. Personally, I'm not. Well, they haven't perfected it.
Yeah.
You see all these weird accidents that are under investigation, and some of them deadly accidents. So, no, I don't think they're ready for that, but I'm just saying, I think that reinforces the future. But then if municipalities are making so much money off of ticketing all of us, where we don't have the due process because it's just an AI camera, then what? So, 855-839-1210. I digress.
Mark in Northeast Philly's been kind enough to hang with us for a bit. He
Hey,
wants
Mark.
to hit those glasses that Elon was wearing yesterday.
Oh, cool. Hey, Mark. Do you have the glasses? Hey.
You can hear me okay?
I hear you.
Oh, okay. All right. So the first one, and by the way, I really appreciated that last interview.
Thank you.
I'll make a comment after that. But the first one I heard mention she called them blue blockers, BLU blockers, was Raleigh James, who used to be on 1210.
Okay. And wore those glasses?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, I've just never heard of these. I just did not know this information. Now I'll have to, I will definitely explore it.
Right. And our daughter wears them because she's in front of a screen all day. And what they do is, I didn't know at the time that Raleigh James was advertising them, actually, back, I don't know, 15 years ago or something on 1210. Then our daughter wears them because when you're looking at a backlit screen, the blue light is high energy. It's a high frequency squiggle. Hits either the rod or the cone. I don't remember. Actually, you could get an optometrist on with that.
That's interesting.
It's that does your eye damage if it's all day looking at it and close up too. So they sell the glasses, especially for those who are doing technical screen work 8 hours a day or more.
I'm on a screen a lot. So maybe.
Yeah,
but do they make?
You have to look into that.
Yeah, I wonder if
and
they make
as a matter of
contact
fact,
lenses.
Apple was first, I think, and then the others followed to change the light to a brownish at the end towards. You can set it automatically to do it towards the evening, because it also interferes with melatonin production in the brain, which has to do with your sleep cycle.
So these are all I never even thought of this. I didn't, but thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I'll look into it. I need contact lenses because I'm sick of the glasses anyway. So we'll have to look into that.
You look good in the glasses.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I would contact lenses though, if it's impacting being on the screen, wouldn't that protect your eye?
Good point.
I mean, I have no idea. I will look into all of this.
I don't know.
Meantime, I'm multitasking. So I get all these winred.com. You get all these texts all day. This is a Trump Vance, the official Doge. They put out a Doge poll. Did you get this? Have you taken the Doge poll?
No, I did get a text message requesting that I run for city council in a South Jersey town, though.
Really? Are you going to run?
No.
No? You don't have time.
No.
When do you have time?
I got to do radio.
Right?
Too much.
Do you support the idea of auditing all federal contracts to ensure the American people are getting the best deal? Do you support mandatory in-office work 5 days a week? So this is the Doge poll. I'm just reading you some samplings. The Biden administration gave out over $1 billion in DEI grants. Do you support terminating these divisive and costly grants? So this is their little Doge poll. Our national debt.
Are you doing it?
Yeah, I'm doing it.
So, yeah. So what's the answer you're giving?
Yes.
Is there any
and it's not just yes. If you push yes, it goes yes, and then it comes up MAGA. And I'm like, that's me, MAGA mama. I should fill in the They don't have fill in the blanks, but it's a great little, I don't know. I like to give you that. I don't know if you guys get this stuff, but I always
where do those end up? Do you know?
I don't know. But you know how Trump always says, I think this is part of, they do their own polling.
Oh,
do you know what I mean?
Internal polling, yeah.
Yep. And I
like
think
it.
this is part of it. So I'm one of the internal
Wow, how'd
polled.
you get? See, I didn't get that text.
I get all the stuff.
Look at you.
And I get the little I'll have to go through this with you guys. The little synopsis. Do you get the Caroline Leavitt synopsis?
No.
From the White House.
Oh yeah, I get that.
You get that?
Yeah.
So we didn't get that in the last administration because I always sign up for everything at whitehouse.gov. You can too. And so, but it's fascinating that the amount, when you realize daily, it's a book. It's honest to God, it's a book that they've done daily. And I think the reason they didn't do it in the past administration to send those out is because it might be like 3 words. Do you know what I mean? What did they do every single day in the White House? I just think they're going at this warp speed.
9 a.m. in-town poll call time. 11 a.m. President delivers remarks to governor's working session. 1 p.m. President and Vice President have lunch. 2:30 p.m. The Vice President participates in a ceremonial swearing in for the Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. 3:30 p.m. President signs executive orders.
Like, boom, there it is. Now, they will not disclose, for example, they're careful if it's out of the White House. Do you notice that? Because they're careful to do things last minute if, in fact, it's out of the White House for security reasons, right? Because you have to think about the security because we've already had, multiple attempts on his life. We don't want another one. But they will give out what's in-house as far as in the White House or in the Pentagon, that sort of thing. So we'll get your thoughts.
With all these internal polling texts, next thing you know, you'll be handed a platter by the president himself.
Woohoo! Already got one, but I need...
Where was the invite, Rich?
I know. I need the Trump Force 47 one, baby. And how good is it that it's Trump Force? Because you really didn't realize until this administration that name is so appropriate. Trump Force. We feel it, and it feels good. 855-839-1210. We'll reset. We got a lot of breaking news. I love the Bee Gees. Be right back.
Get ready. Friday, March 21st, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins. We will be live from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. with special guests, surprises, and fun. Plus, hear stories about how your donations to the Travis Manion Foundation go directly toward empowering veterans and families of the fallen nationwide by training them to become mentors to youth, find healing, and unite communities through service. Listen Friday, March 21st, beginning 6 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Thank you to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Looking to unlock your savings potential? With the First Harvest Credit Union Growth Savings Account, you can earn as high as 3.25% annual percentage yield. Or check out our competitive certificate and IRA specials. Earn more with flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Can you go for Doge? Yes, we have the governor's meeting, and Trump is set to speak at the Republican Governors Association. So a lot breaking, a lot happening today as we look at that. I know some of you want to talk about Doge and fixing things like Medicare. So I just did a search, even AI. You know how AI will give you the overview on your computer? It says needs improvement in several areas, including, this is my computer voice, including cost, access, and transparency. Well, that would be, those are some pretty broad areas that even AI has found. So traditional Medicare has high out-of-pocket costs, especially for those without any supplemental coverage. We have Ann wants to talk about that. You want to go right to Ann? Hey, Ann.
Hi, yes, Dawn, thank you. I've just been, I do help people write letters, and I know that Trump is going to get blamed for this. But for at least the last 6 months, I've had an appalling number of people lose their Medicaid in the state of Pennsylvania. And, of course, Joshy the Clown has been AWOL ever since he was elected, so we don't seem to have any help. People call their offices to try to find out what happened to their Medicaid applications, and there's nobody there. You get voicemail. They never call you back. But people lose a lot more than just their Pennsylvania benefits, because if they don't have Medicaid, their Part B insurance for health insurance for Medicare is not covered. So people get maybe around $1,200 a month. They have to then pay out of their Social Security is deducted the $184 a month for their Part B Medicare benefits. So they're losing thousands of dollars in income even. So, I just hope that when they take the chainsaw to cutting these offices, I hope they rebuild with good people and not necessarily with AI. So, I just wanted to make sure they know about that. And as I say, this happened before Trump came in. Mm-hmm. So he's probably going to get blamed for it. But this was under post-COVID, and this is when people when they weren't coming in. But the few people that were left, I feel sorry for, because they're getting cut too. They got dumped on because their coworkers may not have come in, or they had an overload, and they were just burned out. And for doing their hard work, they're getting dumped on too. So I hope they look at the whole picture, not just do the chainsaw massacre.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thanks,
and
Ann.
maybe some other people will rejoin, and maybe it's just I just don't talk to enough people. But I think from talking to the different advocates, including the Pennsylvania representatives for these people, the offices have done nothing, and so there's nowhere to turn. So it's a shame, because they're getting lost in the shuffle, I think.
Thanks,
and
Ann.
they're the most vulnerable. Most of them are elderly. They can't afford to pay their bills as it is.
Yeah.
So thanks very much.
Thanks. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I've done a lot of interviews with different medical professionals, experts, doctors, even Dr. Marion Mass, and she's really been helpful in trying to rethink this. And it's huge, right? This is a huge issue. I think it was Marion, Dr. Mass, we had talked about, different parts of this. Like if you have a certain Medicare Part D, I think, as I recall, and then you don't qualify for a low income, right? You have too high of an income, let's say, and then that's where your prescription drug coverage, there's a disruption in that. So there are all these gaps in it. And I think it's just really tough to navigate through it. And then I've also done interviews on the fact that people think when they're going to certain websites, they're turning to certain areas like, what's the one, AARP. They'll think, oh, well, this is a totally objective source, and I'm going to look and see what they recommend. What you don't realize is that there are not many totally objective sources for anything, right? And so you don't know who to trust, who to take the advice from when you're looking through and trying to figure all of that out. So it takes really smart policymakers and, people who know how to get in there. And like Ann said, I don't think that would work to have AI try to figure out something like that. You need the evidence-based strategies there to improve Medicare, Medicaid, etc.
I'm very concerned, Dawn.
Yes, what?
Our rhymer in chief doesn't seem to want his $5,000.
Ed? Uh-oh. Hello, Ed. You don't want the $5,000?
Well, first off, I have to give you a rhyme, and then I'll get right to the point. And that is, it may be cold, but Dawn Stenslet's still beautiful and bold.
Oh,
and information that's important is always told. Now, here's what I say about the money coming back. We are so far in debt, I don't see how it makes sense to give anybody money back. And look, I love Trump all day long. God bless him for what he's doing. And what Elon Musk is doing, but why give money back when you don't really have it to give? We're so in debt.
Well, I think to spur the economy. I think that's a piece of it, that people are hurting, and although we do need a balanced budget, on the other hand, because look at the economy and remember what I said, they're doing these daily little polls, and I'm being serious. They're doing these, in-house polls, taking the pulse of the people, and people are not happy. People are hurting. People need some kind of a stimulus and say, well, you're working hard. We know you're working hard, but show me it's the old saying, show me the money. And that's why I think they will figure out a way, quite frankly, to say, you, the American people who paid tax, and by the way, this is about 79 million Americans. You paid into the system. You paid these taxes. You were ripped off. So we want to...
Oh, absolutely.
Right? We all know we were ripped off. And that's just the beginning. So I think they want to say, here's some cash back. You deserve cash back. Doge dividend.
Hey, I want to make one more point, and that is Ronald Reagan, John F. Kennedy, and Trump all had something in common. They all said smaller, smarter government, and they all got shot for it, in my opinion.
Wow. Well, you're not wrong. And now thanks, Ed. I hope you have a wonderful Friday and a wonderful weekend.
I'm happy you didn't rhyme that last point.
Yeah. Yeah, right? It rhymes with... So, he's not wrong. I think now we know why they were doing everything in their power and losing their minds to not let Trump in. Now we know. Because look at this. They knew this was coming. Even before, I think we all hoped it, but I don't think anybody could have imagined really what is going on with the swamp drain. Like you can hear, like the you know what I mean? The water. It's all going. That's my little sound effect. Like, what the heck was that?
I think I could probably get a better one. Then, no, please don't do it again. No.
No, bad? No. Was that bad?
Yeah.
I think mine was better.
I do too.
Who rocked the sound effect?
That's pretty weak.
Like when the sink is full and then it gets to the final. But yeah, nobody could have. Trump's doing a great job. And here's the thing. I feel badly for anybody. That sounds like you're going to the bathroom.
That's a bathtub. It's a bathtub draining. All right? It does that.
We'll get your take on the other side. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Weather sponsored by Wawa.
The Arctic air mass will begin to slowly move out of the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold but windy, with a high of around 36. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy, low 23. And for Saturday, not as cold with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high around 40.
Get the meal deal you really want. Wawa's $5 Big Breakfast Deal gets you any sizzly breakfast sandwich, any size hot or iced coffee, and a hash brown for just $5. Mornings made easy. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms, or visit DKAppliances.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
From Westchester to Doylestown, from Drexel Hill to Lansdale to Philly, we all look out for each other, stepping up to keep our communities going strong. And at Independence Blue Cross, we're here to keep you going strong. We've been deeply rooted in our communities for more than 85 years, and that connection to members has earned us our spot as the #1 health insurer in the region. So while you look out for your neighbors, know IBX is always looking out for you. Learn more at IBX.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Hey, Ambler. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Follow us anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
It's Friday. It's a Doge Friday. By the way, the Justice Department launching an investigation into United Health Group's Medicare billing practices in recent months. People familiar with this, that's according to the sources here. So the new civil fraud investigation is examining the company. And again, it's United Health Group. And this is so United Health Group is the umbrella over United Healthcare. And remember that Luigi Mangione has a court appearance today in New York. Remember, he was extradited accused of and facing trial with the murder of United Healthcare's CEO. Remember that one. So in this case, though, the headline is the Justice Department. This would be Pam Bondi's Justice Department and her new civil fraud investigation examining the health insurance companies, and this is one of the biggest in the world, but examining United Health Group's practices for recording diagnoses which trigger ultimately extra payments to its Medicare Advantage Plus plan, Medicare Advantage plans, including at physician groups the insurance giant owns. And so all of this, remember we talked to Dr. Mary Mass locally, Bucks County, about the middleman, that they have. And so a lot of these companies, these huge companies, these conglomerates, they'll have a middleman that you and I have United Healthcare. So I don't know if Dan does but in any event, they'll say, oh, we have a concierge service. That so-called concierge in air quotes is not an independent group, but rather the middleman. And that middleman, that operator there that you're talking to or dealing with that's influencing you to maybe go with this medication over that or, have a discussion. Remember that they work for the healthcare company and they provide a loophole by which they can profit and take a little kickback for maybe influencing you one way or the other to take a different product, etc. So all of that is under investigation. So I just understand that Medicare paid United Health billions with a B, billions of dollars for these diagnoses. And so attorneys now with the Justice Department, they have, and this is 2 weeks ago, within the first, we're only within the first month of this administration, but they interviewed medical providers that have been named, in different articles that have been talking about this. And so in the Medicare Advantage system, insurers get these lump sum payments, huge payments from the federal government, and they oversee the enrollees' Medicare benefits. And then when the patients have a certain diagnosis, those payments go up. So this obviously would incentivize the company to diagnose more diseases. You see how this goes? And so shares in United Health, and we've talked a lot about this, but that's why if you are watching the stock market today, they had dropped. It was the pre-market trading and the futures trading. United Health shares did drop. This is why, because they're being looked into. And so the Medicare billing investigation adds, above everything else, adds to the scrutiny on United Health, which is a $400 billion company. And this is the largest health insurance. Full disclosure, it's my health insurance company. They're the largest in the United States of America. And then they have this sprawling network, right, of other health industry assets, I say in air quotes, including doctor practices, the large pharmacy benefit manager, and that's your PBM, that's the middleman, that's your concierge. If you've been told you have a concierge, you don't. That's what that is. And then the technology operations as well. I have a when I first got that email, they were like, oh yeah, concierge.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. It's not so much.
Yeah. Concierge and gonna be screwed is what it is.
What were you gonna say? Yeah. Here's your concierge, toots, a bigger bill. So we've got that going on. Wanted to give you that heads up. we're watching for the comments because we have a lot going on, and this involves Governor Josh Shapiro. So this week, President Trump announcing new appointments to the so-called Council of Governors. This is a bipartisan group of, obviously, leaders of states like the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And what is their task? Their task is strengthening the partnerships between the state and the federal government. And then this has to do with key national security, disaster response, military coordination issues. And so it would be under this umbrella that so let me just tell you the appointed members, and then I'm going to ask you the question, who's missing? Are you ready? Listen carefully. Governor Glenn Youngkin from Virginia, he's a co-chair. Governor Josh Stein. Yeah, we'll put a little music. Here are your appointed members. I wish I could rap. Okay, the co-chairs are
You can try.
Youngkin, oh gosh.
Do it.
Stein, those are your co-chairs. We got DeSantis from Florida. We got Kemp from Georgia. Landry from Louisiana. We got Governor Wes Moore, he's a Democrat, I just mentioned in my previous hour, from Maryland. Gretchen Whitmer from Michigan. Hochul, New York. Shapiro from Pennsylvania. McMaster, South Carolina. Who's missing from that list? Was Newsom on this list before? Because these are the appointed members. Now I have to look this up because I thought California would be on there, but he's not. So this is the Council of Governors established by the National Defense Authorization Act back in 2008 and executive orders, blah, blah, blah. But they are a forum. So they get together. They talk about the National Guard, disaster response, which we know this is an important alliance when you think of Trump visiting Gavin Newsom, right, in California because of the fires. When you think of North Carolina, the hurricane, Milton, Florida, with DeSantis. So this is an important alliance, and this is one in which this particular administration, Trump's administration, I see as one that wants to give more power back to the states, which is, I think, a Republican principle, quite frankly, that we don't want, that we're not nationalistic in this sense. We believe in local government and the power of local government. And so in this one, what I see is, and this is an important bipartisan piece of this, because you're looking at all these different states saying, hey, we want to have a great partnership, but we would like to give the federal grant money to you guys because you know better how to spend the money, especially in a disaster. And the best example I can think of, quite frankly, is Florida. Nobody does it better. I mean, I've got to say, Florida with DeSantis, the way that they dealt with, yes, mustard. I know. Here's the thing: the little drops that we have, these little drops like mustard and the boots, they stick. And be careful with this, people, because in the future, these people are going to run for president, and then everybody's going to go, yeah, the mustard little boots. Right? And then we'll... Duty. There, that one too. And little Marco. And see, little Marco Rubio, I think, you tell me if I'm wrong, I think he's done a fantastic job. I do.
Yes.
I'm impressed. And the way that he always compliments, and even this morning we heard that audio where he's complimenting who? Steve Witkoff, who's this guy who nobody really knew who he was until Trump called him up at that famous Mar-a-Lago news conference. And then you said to yourself, well, Trump really loves this guy. Steve Witkoff, do you notice he is at the table in the Middle East, in Riyadh? He was there in Miami this week. He's overseas. He's involved with Russia, Ukraine. He is everywhere. And he is somebody who does not want to speak. He does not want the headline, but he knows how to get things done. He's impressive. But you'll not. I don't really. Do you see him in interviews? Very, very reluctantly.
Wouldn't you like to know?
Yeah. See, there's that cute. He does have a cute little laugh.
You have a crush on DeSantis?
No. What? No.
Yeah.
I don't.
Mustard.
Was there any mention of Governor Trudeau being at the meeting today?
No, he was rubbing it in late last night or early this morning whenever he did that with the beating of USA. He's such a little...
Did you watch the game?
I did not. Larry did. I went to bed really early, but Larry put it on because what did it come out at 8?
Yeah.
Whatever.
8, and then they went to overtime.
Waited at 8 minutes and 18 seconds of OT, and it looked good for us, and then it didn't. And then he sounded, he's like a giddy little, he's like a girl.
Who?
Trudeau. Because he was so like, he's like, really? He was just like squealing. No. Oh my gosh. No, Trudeau. He sounds like he's like a, he's like, oh my gosh. He embarrassed himself. And then he put out that, you can't steal our country or our team or whatever stupid tweet he put out on X. And I had to cancel it because I started to respond to it and say, well, actually we could. Clearly we could if we wanted to, meaning USA.
Wait, you're saying that we just didn't want to beat them last night?
No, well, that part, it's one game. But he's saying you can't steal our country with the governor reference.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's really about, because he's sore over that, because Trump trumped him on that one. But the truth is, of course, we're the USA. Of course we're powerful. Of course, if we wanted to take over Canada, could we? Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
We could also pull our aid, which is a minimum of $35 million. Like, that's just a straight up wad of cash that we give to Canada just for nothing. $35 million. Like, what would you do with $35 million I think last year it was $32 million, but usually it's about 35. And that's just the wad of cash that our tax dollars goes to, not all the other back and forth, not all the other stuff. I mean, who gives us money? That's what I want to know. Who gives us money? Can we ask that question? Does any country just hand the USA does any country go, well, here's a wad of cash just because we love you. Here's your gratuity. I don't think any other country does that. And that's why Trump has said, no, they got to pay. They got to pay to do business with us. If you think of every country as, let's say, a nightclub, I'll take you back to standing in line at the nightclub. If you're a girl.
You want nightclub music? I'll give you nightclub music.
Okay, let's have some.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go.
Some little nightclub, not patriotic. What is love? So here we are. Now, if you're a girl and you're wearing a cute little short skirt and high heels, you're going to get in sooner, right? Faster. But everybody pays usually going into the nightclub. So I ask you this. How come we are the ultimate nightclub with the hottest looking people, and yet we pay everybody else? And we just let everybody in for free to do business in our nightclub. So when we dance, it's the Doge dance. That's what this is. It's the Doge dance. If you want to come in,
you're not dancing, Dawn. You're not dancing.
Let's do the Trump like this. It's the Trump dance. So that's basically what Trump is saying. He's saying, if you want to dance with me, then you got to pay. That's my interpretation. It's my Friday night. We're going to Westchester tonight. Interpretation. Because what is love? In America, if you want our love, you got to pay for it. It's not for free. How about that? Dan is like doing this like man dance.
Oh man, we got to break.
I'm in this silly Friday mood. I'm sorry.
It's been emotional roller coaster days. What it's been, Dawn. Oh.
I know. Emotion, dance, Doge. We got it all. We'll wrap it up right around the corner.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Win big this winter with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning's win-win deal, offering the best HVAC value on new installs to keep your home warm. Save thousands instantly with no equipment markups, extended 10-year warranty, rebates, and tax credits. Plus, CNC makes budgeting for your new system easy with 0% financing options. Schedule an estimate today with CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local York certified comfort experts, and start saving today. Visit cc-hvac.com. Offers only for new installations through February 28th.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. In a world full of uncertainty, Colonial Hyundai is cutting through the noise with a trade war of our own. Here at Colonial, we're offering you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. No one gives you more for your trade. No stress, no games, just fast, easy, better. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We currently have over 200 vehicles in stock, Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and for a limited time, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. That's right, just $119 per month. Buy, trade, or upgrade. It's the Colonial way. And remember, nobody trumps a Colonial deal. Get the most for your car today. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and dock fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 28, 2025.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
I've been watching this man for years now. As his cities get demolished, as his people get killed, as his soldiers get decimated, where You have old men and young men. You have men that are too old to fight,
Right.
men that are too young to fight. I've been watching this for years, and it's a war that shouldn't have started. I know because I was there and I had it. It didn't start. Would have never started. If I won the election, which I did, it's a war that never, ever would have started. So I've been watching for years, and I've been watching him negotiate with no cards. He has no cards. And you get sick of it. You just get sick of it. And I've had it. And he then made a deal with us for rare earth and things. And who knows what rare earth is worth, but at least it's something. And who knows what it's worth.
So that is, as we head into the Dom Giordano show, that was, moments ago with President Donald J. Trump really continuing to criticize Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Just this morning, like I say, it's a developing story. And also telling Brian Kilmeade on his show that, hey, Zelensky, not very important for Zelensky to even attend these talks over ending the Russia-Ukraine war. But you get a real sense in that conversation of how Trump is just fed up with this guy. And that's really, it's not even his words. And maybe Dom Giordano agrees or disagrees, but it's the way that the president is saying. He's like, this guy, just shut it and let us get this done and stop this horrible war with, 1 million casualties? So, Dom, I know we're also waiting. I guess we're waiting for Trump to speak to this governor's council where our own Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro is on the appointed advisory council.
Diminishes the council by his presence. I'll lead with that. But that's the polite way of saying it. So, Dawn, we're going to talk with Victoria Coates on Ukraine and also Kash Patel. And I love the $5,000, whatever it turns out to be. I don't care what Mike Johnson says and the New York Post. I'm not a believer they're going to pay down the deficit. Mike Johnson is one of those guys, in my view, who helped to cause this. He doesn't get to keep the money, give it back to taxpayers.
I love it. Dom Giordano starts the Friday show right now.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137. And I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealestate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All righty, it is Dom time. Welcome in. And on Twitter, I'm not surprised. It was neck and neck on my poll. Just a simple question. Do you want to get your money back from this armed robbery? Because you go to jail if you don't help robbers like Mike Johnson. Yeah, our buddy, the speaker. Another guy who doesn't get it. He's not been virginally pure in robbing us of our money. He's voted for these stuff. He said over the course of time we have to have compromise. Suddenly he tells us we shouldn't get our money back from all this waste, fraud, and abuse that's being masterfully exposed. Oh, no, the wiser thing. He called it core principles. Notice I'm not going after the Democrats. I'm going to the heart of the beast on this. People that don't get it. So in the poll that I have up, it's now 55% of people. You can vote at Dom Show 1210 who say, yeah, we ought to get our money back. Now, we're trying to get on. We might have on a little bit later today either Stephen Moore or this guy named Fishback, who is the architect with Trump of this idea of $5,000. Now, yeah, I got wound up yesterday. It should be to taxpayers, and I think there are ways they can set some kind of limit. If you haven't paid taxes in X number of years, you know, whatever we want to set it at, then you're not getting this money back. But what would that do? What would it do for you? Think about yourself. Maybe you've never called before. What would you do with $5,000 right now? Mike Johnson's telling you, oh, no, pay down the debt. Pay down the debt. Oh, suddenly it's all staggering. He's the speaker. What's his record? What has he voted for over the course of time? A lot. Now, if you're talking about a guy like Rand Paul, he's been very vigilant, but even there's political compromise. They vote for stuff that's not necessary. No, give people more of their own money back. So the advisor on the Doge dividend check of $5,000, his name is Fishback. He's an executive, owns his own company, CEO. He said Wednesday the initiative would deputize. Think about this part. We heard this yesterday when we talked to the Jersey people doing this. It would deputize Americans to help root out government waste and fraud and abuse. He said that it would motivate citizens to report wasteful spending to the Department of Government Efficiency with larger potential payouts tied to greater savings found. I mean, they guesstimate it could be $2 trillion. That's what the goal is. Okay. And we only get a fifth of it. All right, for now, I'd rather go 50-50. Tell me where I'm wrong. And again, I get it. Got wound up yesterday. Maybe Gary or somebody else. I was given $5,000 check. You know, this idea, we're giving a check out. That's just like Biden. No, it's not. We're getting our own money back. Now, if the Trump people want to say, well, we're kind of shaky on if we really have this money or not, I'm going along with what appears to be their expertise, that they're rooting it out. They're capturing this money, totaling up the savings. Now, if they don't get $2 trillion, if they get $1.5 trillion, I'll settle for that. Would that stimulate more Americans to report more of this? And yeah, Mike Johnson, it would help us politically, too. I'm not afraid to say that. Oh, core principles. What's the core principle here? The core principle is we've been robbed for years. Finally, they're doing something about it. And guess what? We deserve to get that money back. I'm sick and tired of hearing everything in the world. I mean, that's my core principle. I think that's a conservative principle. They robbed the money. This is restitution. Instead, Mike Johnson says, yeah, well, they robbed the money, but there's some core principle here that says the average American shouldn't get that. think it would stimulate the economy. I think I'm always about, yeah, Dom, some people would just blow it. Oh, stop it already. It's called choice. If they blow the money, they blow the money. Spend your own money. I'm not going to look at anybody else's money that was robbed here. They're getting their money back. If they do something frivolous with it, to me or to you, so what? I'm not going to spend their money. What would you do if you got $5,000 back from this? And more, as more and more people reported it. It's a simple choice. Why is that so complicated? New York Post. Headline, paying down the debt will help Americans vastly more than these Doge dividends. Oh, stop it already. Stop it already. You're not going to pay down any deficit. How long have we been with this? How many people do we have to vote for that are going to stop this? Even some of the best of them, with rare exception, maybe 10% can be trusted not to excessively spend money. Then I'm talking Republicans. Among Democrats, it's almost impossible to name any that you would trust with. That's what they live for. They want to spend that money, then say we don't have enough, and then tax you. So this is a long time coming due. I have a theory. The 44% or so in the poll that I have up that are still voting for this, have they just been brainwashed somehow or another not to believe it's their money, that it's a government's money, and that the government then should determine how best to serve them? Guess what? I think you're best served if you have your own money. I mean, that's a principle Democrats always used to give us. We're better served if we throw our money to the government. They come up with all these hoops and cockamamie programs, and we're all better served by that. No, you're better served every dollar that you can keep of your own money to make your own determinations for you and your family. That's the American way. That's the core principle. That's what Mike Johnson ought to be saying. Well, that's outrageous. What about the deficit? Well, guess what? These people are elected to Congress, and it's their job not to spend this money and to start cutting. Democrats are even complaining now about cutbacks in the Department of Defense. Exactly what we want. That's where they ought to be going next, to the Department of Defense. There's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse there, tremendous amount. All right, so it's 855-839-1210. Do you trust the government more to do something that's what they claim beneficial to you by cutting the deficit? Or do you trust yourself with that money to do something that's better for you? Isn't that what it should come down to? What's better for you? Oh, what about the country? You know what's better for the country? If people have their own money and they can spend it and they raise their kids that way and they have choice. That's what's better for the country. Don't tell me it's better for the country to have guys like Mike Johnson lecture me about core principles here. Go to hell. I'm tired of guys like this. He ought to be one of the first ones, if he's consistent, to say, yes, the American people were robbed, and we're going to give you back a pittance versus what we paid for through taxation. Not only that, who knows where this ends? If we get this guy Fishback on, the point he's making is maybe more people then would pay attention to this and go on Twitter or wherever they go, and they want even more of a payback to the American people. So they're going to report more fraud, abuse, and waste, which is just overwhelming at every level and every day. That's what they do. So 855-839-1210, you can get a line. Which side are you on? If you're on the other side, and again, I agree, got wound up yesterday. There's got to be some litmus test here based upon, people paying taxes, some minimum. I don't know that we make it a litmus test. You paid more in taxes, you get more. That might be straining it. But I like the idea of telling people we're all in this together. The government is not. The government's the adversary here. You know it, and I know it. They're not what's good for the country. What's good for the country are Americans, our values, our decisions, our families. That's a better America. I jump right in now, right now at 855-839-1210. And if you're on the other side, tell us what we're missing. What would you need to make this a deal, that this happens? I just think if this happens, more people will rise up and push back against this. For years, talk radio, we've complained about it. Nothing ever happens. And I don't believe guys like Mike Johnson, look at the deal he made that we criticized with Schumer and all this stuff behind the scenes. We had all kinds of people on who were fiscally responsible. And this guy, well, we got to keep the government running. We have to do this until then. You know what they say. He's one of them. Core principles. If we could get the speaker on to tell me how I'm violating my core principles as a conservative by saying we deserve to have our own money, our own decision-making. We were robbed. That's exactly what happened here. For how many years? This is a pittance to recover from that. Why in the world would I trust them in the New York Post to lecture me? This will help Americans vastly more to pay down the deficit than Doge dividends. Well, we're going to have to cut a whole lot more, aren't we, to pay down that deficit? You're getting 80% of this. I'm not even in favor of 80%. I'd want 50-50 on this, and probably not even that. Is that such a radical position? Have people been brainwashed here? 855-839-1210. Let me give you this side question. This apropos, we were talking the other day about NASCAR. Swerved into that. So after the show, we, well, you know what? Let's take a break. Get the calls lined up. I'll give you the side question coming up. 855-839-1210. I'm looking to hear from you if you want to tell us that somehow or another you feel better off, you and your family are better served. That's what the proposition, and no dance around. There's nothing else involved here. By putting that money to pay off the deficit. Okay, think about that. Versus you getting that money. You don't trust yourself? What am I missing here? Why don't you trust yourself? 855-839-1210. All right, we'll take some calls lined up. Then I'll give you the side question. 12:30, we got the drone guy with us. Told you the other day that the biggest fear the NFL said behind the scenes was drones being over their games. We got the guy who is the expert in drone defense and what the country's doing and what people are thinking about that. Then Victoria Coates a little bit later on, who really knows Kash Patel well and is the expert, at least for us, on foreign affairs, this whole situation with Ukraine. All that is straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy. Pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief. The best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Hi, this is Merrill Reese. My wife Cindy and I had a new roof installed by Impriano Roofing, Siding, and Windows, and we're delighted. When it comes to your roof, good planning is essential. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for over 5 decades, using only the best CertainTeed products. If you need a new roof, call Jack Impriano Roofing. Online at Impriano.com. It's Good to hire Jack and his team. Remember, the best homes have an Impriano roof.
Got big dreams but not big funds? A home equity loan from First Harvest Credit Union helps you leverage the equity in your home and turn it into cash. With flexible terms and great rates for an affordable payment, you can turn your dreams or goals into a reality. There are no restrictions on how the funds can be used. Apply today and get a fixed-rate home equity loan rate as low as 6.24% APR. Visit firstharvestcu.com. Membership restrictions apply. Equal housing lender. Insured by NCUA.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The IRS lays off hundreds of workers in Philadelphia just ahead of the busy tax season. Park in a bus lane, get a ticket. The city's parking authority cracks down on drivers. Philly star hitter Bryce Harper sporting a new tattoo of the Fanatic.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Rather simple question. Look, complicating this with people that paid more in federal income tax over X number of years, all that for him. If I get the Fishback guy, I'll ask him about that. That's not the core battle here, though. We got to break through. Forget about that for a moment. It's a simple thing this afternoon. And that is yes or no on this. Mike Johnson, Mr. Core Principles. Now, he's been in Washington forever. He's not a Rand Paul or a Ron Paul. I mean, even they have voted for stuff. And with Rand Paul, he would admit we've had him, and all right, in Kentucky we need, but barely. He's a watchdog. He's in the top 5 that do this. But short of that, they're all complicit in this. I'm talking Republicans. We didn't even get to the Democrats who they're complicit. This is their mantra. It's their money. They're going to spend it. What are we talking about here? And what about the idea of a revolution? More people would say, what about this? I've seen this waste. Go after it. More pressure gets ratcheted up. Why in the world would I need a lecture from Mike Johnson, of all people? Give me a break. Core principles, holding up a card. That's a core principle. Here's your core principle, Mike Johnson. We're sick of it. That's the American people telling you, I want my $5,000. Take your core principle and do you know what with it.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, please.
Yeah, here's the result of my core principles flowing in the, yeah.
Great visual.
No, Johnson just sets me off. We can, stop singing to the choir. We can go after Democrats all we want. I'm going after this guy right here and right now. Do you support that? Well, he's right. That is a core principle. It is. What's his fealty to that core principle? And the Republicans in general. How many times have they rolled? Well, we got to do that. Okay. We're giving you 80%. Let's see where that is in a year. Can you imagine what they would do with that? I mean, this is a long trench warfare to stop them from spending money. Every single one of them. Johnson's from Louisiana. That's corruption country. Oh, we need a road over here. No, you don't need a road over there. Constantly. Put Democrats aside. We're tired of that. These guys telling us a core principle is we don't get to be made, 1 millionth whole for the robbery of the federal government, the IRS, taxation, etc. A robbery's happened here. Isn't that the thesis of Elon Musk and Trump and the others? They've been robbing us. It's still going on. Now we're catching the bad guys, and we're going to do something good with this. Well, who's the injured party? It's not the government. It's the average American. And from on high, though, we're told we can't live with these deficits again. Well, buddy, you were part of ringing up these deficits. And I don't trust you, and you don't trust them. You know that deep down. You trust Mike Johnson when push comes to shove to stop all of this. Isn't that the test? It all stops from now on. Well, Democrats will shut down the government. I realize that. This is the battle. So then why am I giving up my $5,000? So we can pretend that we're shaving the deficit here. Look at the progress. You know this is all false. All right, let's go to Paul in Bedminster. And Paul, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paul, welcome in.
Thanks, Tom. Really good discussion subject. It's really a dilemma, isn't it, Tom? I mean, if we do not cut the deficit, the dollar may not be the currency of choice internationally.
Okay, I'm taking your point. Wait, I'm taking your point. They're getting 80% of this. And again, tell me in good faith what Mike Johnson is doing dramatically, Paul, to cut the deficit. We know the Democrats are there.
Let me
finish. What is he doing in good faith to tell me I ought to trust this guy? Where's the evidence that he will dramatically be able to stop the Democrats?
Well, look, Donald Trump and Mr. Johnson seem to be in the same camp from the standpoint of working together. Now, I don't know how close they are on the decision to pay out money on this, but back to what I started with, the dollar as the international currency. If we lose that, everybody will be crushed.
Well, Paul, we get that point.
Interest rates.
Paul, but wait a minute.
Tom,
we get this point. Paul, okay. You know how much the deficit is. Where's the evidence? Also, in President Trump, I don't have a lot of faith. He's been a big spender too. Why should I have any trust in you?
You don't have a lot of faith in Donald Trump?
No, I don't have him when it comes to spending money. Show me where the evidence is that he doesn't spend money too.
You're not. I mean, really, if you don't have faith in Trump, Dom, you're not a conservative.
No, buddy. If you put faith in somebody just idly, what'd you hit him off for? Was there cursing there or something?
No,
he might have just hung up.
Yeah, no, I think he just.
Oh, he hung up. Okay, I'm sorry, guys.
Neither of us touched that.
All right. No, Trump has not been a conservative fiscally. 855-839-1210. He's not been. But Johnson is at the core of this. It's the Congress that's at the core of this. Let's put Trump aside. It's at the core of this. Do you agree with Paul? You're not a conservative if you don't have faith in Trump on something? Trump seems to be going along with this. The guy who proposed it, I'm glad he got in his ear. It's the right thing to do. And no, I don't trust them. I want the money toward the average American.
I would also disagree there because I think a lot of things that Trump has said, Trump's the guy that he takes in so many different opinions that his opinion changes from time to time too. So
yeah, he's a populist. And some of the baggage that comes with that is spending. Now, is he reformed on that due to this push? This push is a good thing. Would he restrain his spending too? We'll see. Like the military budget. I'm not enamored with continuing to say we ought to just lard on the military budget. They seem to be moving away from that. I don't think you are either. But Mike Johnson is the one that said it's not a core principle. You hear Paul, he's worried about the dollar, international currency, big picture and all that. Okay. Well, what are they going to do is the bottom line that you have faith in, that they're going to cut this. So the argument is, well, if they don't get this, what are we going to do? Shouldn't it be, all right, we're getting 80%, and this is the impetus to now be trying to fight over every dollar. There's no evidence that Mike Johnson has done that. There's not. There's not much evidence that a lot of Republicans have done that. So we're supposed to roll the dice again because they're going to tell us about the international currency and the dollar. They've already rung up. And you know it, and I know it. It's not just Democrats. Of course, they're wildly out of control. But Republicans have been complicit in this to a lesser degree. So as a result, we have this crisis. And they're telling us, you stand down. You don't get this after it's been taken from you, and trust us. So, telling me these arguments of macroeconomics, I don't think they wash because I don't have any trust in them. I don't have trust in Mike Johnson. Let's go to Dave in Delaware. Dave, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dave, welcome in.
Hey, Dom, thanks very much. I
absolutely am convinced that these dollars should be returned to the taxpayers for all of the reasons you stated. And furthermore, there's no reason to believe whatsoever that our elected officials, our politicians, are going to change their ways and reduce spending in any way. So whatever excess dollars are generated from the fraud, waste, and abuse that the genius of Trump and Musk have determined, they should certainly go back. But I think there's a more equitable way to distribute these funds. Since all of these funds are generated with our tax dollars, those that paid more taxes should receive a relatively larger share of the distribution than those who paid less, and certainly those who didn't pay any. I would suggest that if you're in the 35% tax bracket, you should get more than those that are in the 25% tax bracket. And finally, if you didn't pay taxes, you shouldn't share in this.
If you didn't pay, I agree on that. I backed away from yesterday. I got wound up. Yeah, if you didn't pay in taxes, I wouldn't overcomplicate it at this point, Dave. I hear what you're saying, and that's totally fair. But remember, an idea can be strangled the more stuff we wrap around it. Right now, the person who paid in taxes, and whatever number of years we said, they've been robbed. We all agree. Rational people agree. We're seeing that play out. We've been robbed, as we've known all along, and we've talked about all along. We need to get some of what we've been robbed of back. And Mike Johnson is not the guy that's going to do it.
Well, Dom, I certainly don't disagree with you. But over the long term, what are the consequences of this? I just close by saying that it's the genius of Trump that he has proposed a Doge, and it's the genius of Trump that he's picked Musk. I only wish our state governments would follow suit in some way. There's every bit as much as waste, fraud, and abuse.
Delaware is more difficult. You haven't seen a Doge in Delaware. Yesterday we had on the Jersey people. I'm not saying their bill is going to pass. It's got genius in there. They would appoint 20 citizens to be on the committee, too, that would overlook a lot of this stuff. But in Jersey, at least, Dave, politically, this is going to come up in the governor's race. And Democrats have no answer to it. Now, I haven't seen Jack Ciattarelli, for example, or Spadia. Ed Dare did contact me. They should have been out there the last couple of days talking about nothing else, instead of a lot of frivolous stuff. Jersey, it's affordability. People are crushed. Jack Ciattarelli ought to be embracing this. He ought to be putting up billboards. He ought to say, I'm not going to talk about anything else but this. And he ought to do a little research and get one of these, like we've been talking about, the DoorDash stuff that the Rutgers football team spent, and say nothing else and make that pop. People will revolt in Jersey just like everyone else if they hear that. So Delaware, let me know if we see any Doge there.
All right, I will do that.
Thank you, Dave. Tom. Thanks very much. So the Jersey people yesterday, the two assembly people, we've been in touch. They were great. It is happening in the States, and more of it's going to happen. And if you tell people, somewhat symbolically, but it's real money, too, to people, that you're going to get more back from this robbery, say you're in Jersey, what are Democrats going to say about that? Initially, they'll say you're cutting off children. You know, that's where they'll go. But you know, and I know, Jersey would be a capital of this type of stuff. In Pennsylvania, Doug Mastriano has something going on, but, you know, given the toxicity, I don't know about that. Will this bill pass in Jersey? Maybe not. I see it more in the governor's race, though, to underline the whole idea of affordability. Why is it so costly in New Jersey? And I would hire the best people I could get that have an eye for stuff like this. What pops? Find 2 or 3 things and just talk about nothing else. They spent your money on this. Stick to that. I'm not talking about anything else today. I'm telling you about this. I want the media to address this. I want the Democrats to address it in Jersey. All right, you get in at 855-839-1210. I'll give you the side question a little bit later. We're going to talk with We saw in Axios the other day this headline, Behind the Curtain, America's Drone Swarm Crisis. The NFL, when asked, their number one issue says, it's not players' salary, caps. They just raise that by millions of dollars more a year. It's drones. That's what they're worried about. All right, that's next. Let me tell you about Dr. Bentz for a moment. Dr. Robert Bentz has been my dentist for about 10 years or so. In February, we always make this point with Dr. Bentz. He is very much on top of this. It's American Heart Month. It's a great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercise, eating healthily, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Did you know that plaque buildup can actually lead to bacteria growth? That can sometimes lead to conditions like endocarditis, arterial sclerosis. It's a great time to get an appointment with somebody who's sensitive to all this. And that's my guy, my dentist, board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. He's worked with literally hundreds, if not thousands, of patients to improve their smiles and their confidence, but more importantly, maximize oral health. That's the key to overall health. So if you have any concerns, you're looking for a dentist, you want great dental care, you want to get somebody who connects all these things. Routinely, we tell you about that with Dr. Bentz. Give them a call right now, 610-272-6949. Get that appointment now. Get that evaluation. The website, bentzdentalgroup.com, or 610-272-6949.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKanze.com. Tell Dawn sent you. Dawn Stensland here. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City combines luxury with performance across the full lines of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, Atlantic City, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When an injured worker left me a message that said, "You probably won't call me back, I'm just a nobody," I called him right back. Nobody's a nobody, and no one deserves a better firm than you.
He calls to tell me that he's been in an accident, and I'm just scared to death.
I couldn't have hoped for anybody better than Morgan & Morgan. It makes you feel like you're worth something.
It really did feel like family.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of the many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. With us is Colin Demhurst. Colin is the author of the Future of Defense newsletter at Axios. We saw him the other day, and it was a really provocative lead-in. What's the NFL most concerned about? I think the salary cap just went up enormously. Should be no cap. Let them spend all they want.
Oh, you got to sneak that in, really?
Of course. Absolutely. It's America. I forgot. I'm not an American sometimes here. I'll have to call Mike Johnson up and see if it's a core principle to have a cap. But anyhow, the NFL said they're worried about drones over their games, among other things. And Colin's got a lot on this ongoing battle about where we are with drones. Let's go to Colin here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Colin, thanks for taking time out to join us. Great writing the other day, the tease about the NFL. Why would they be concerned about drones?
Hey, y'all. Thanks for having me, first off. So my colleagues, Mike Allen and Jim Vandehei, wrote about this at length, especially regarding NFL and other pro sports, right? Stadiums, if you want to think this way, are primetime targets. They're full of people. They're hard to defend, lots of open area, that sort of thing. And we've seen sort of this evolution of mass casualty attacks, car and truck rammings, that sort of thing. There are concerns that drones could be that next evolution.
Yeah, so that tells us that people are actually looking at this. What's the remedy for the NFL? Is it laws that you couldn't do that? Is it having mechanisms to fire on them? I mean, what can they do?
So I don't know if I can speak to like the NFL specifically, but a lot of the defense executives I've spoken to stress the fact that domestic legislation needs to catch up with the technology that's out there, like the counter drone technology that's out there. Taking down drones here in the U.S. is a lot different than in a war zone, of course. There are concerns about falling debris, where something might land, if you miss your shot, that sort of thing. So there's a lot of things to think through about on that end. And there's also I think you've seen in the Northeast, the New Jersey drone madness, that the coordination between the local, state, and federal authorities gets to be a bit of a cluster.
Well, Colin, too, on that, I'm not done with that yet. I don't care, what the pronouncement was at that one news conference, nothing to worry about. I still think we haven't gotten to the bottom of it. What do you say? What is the drone problem over New Jersey? What's the essence of it?
It's funny you bring this up. I grew up in New Jersey. My mom still lives there, pretty close to where this all popped off, and a lot of my friends are still there. I was getting texts all the time that were like, "Oh my God, what is this in the sky?" And it was just kind of like a blip, just like a light dot in the dark sky. I do think a lot of what happened over New Jersey was hysterics. I wrote about that in December. Obviously, like foreign surveillance of sensitive sites like armories, nuke plants, military bases. That's a very serious threat, but I don't think that's what was happening in the Northeast. That came out from the White House, came out from the Pentagon, and more. Sure, there were definitely a few drones up in the sky, including law enforcement and hobbyists, but there wasn't like an Iranian mothership flinging them off the coast.
How do you know that, Colin? How do you know? Now, you're the expert, and I'm not challenging your expertise, but how do you know that, though, that this isn't something of some kind of spy, in addition to all the other stuff?
No, that's a totally fair question. But in the case of like the rumored Iranian mothership, right, Maxar, a space imaging company, basically, they shared satellite imagery in December showing Iran's mothership was just chilling in the Persian Gulf. And in the case of base incursions, you have a lot of people watching that, including the military, including local police, and including contractors.
So tell us what is something that maybe keeps you up awake at night. We talked about how difficult this is. What are you looking at here, the Future of Defense newsletter around drones?
I think what keeps me up at night is what you're seeing in Ukraine, what you're seeing in the Russia-Ukraine war, what you're seeing in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden, where Houthi rebels are harassing warships and commercial vessels alike. There is a lot to consider about what weapons we use, and by we I mean the U.S., to counter these drones. I mean, you're seeing the U.S. Navy spending more than $1 billion to take down drones like Shaheds that can cost tens of thousands of dollars. So there's a cost imbalance there. There's a lot of moving parts. And there's also the questions about, what kind of weapons do we want to use? Do we want to use these multi-million-dollar missiles overseas? Do we want to use these cheaper interceptors like an Anduril Anvil or an RTX Coyote, or do we want to use something super science fiction like a laser or a microwave, or even something as primitive as like a net or a cage?
Now, you write in the Axios piece, and where do we find your newsletter? Is that available to the public, Future of Defense newsletter?
Yeah, if you just search like Colin Demarest Future Defense, I'm sure the subscription page will pop up. But yeah, you can find it on the Axios website as well.
Yeah, there were several great questions. This can complicate. What's a decoy? What's deadly? Who's the target? Which do you shoot? So these are they're asymmetric, right, that we're seeing in Yemen and other places. If they have enough of these, then they really make you spend a lot to knock everything down.
Yeah, and that is like the $1 million question, or maybe like the multi-billion-dollar question, right? Those conversations are happening in the Pentagon. They are happening in the White House. They are happening in industry. That's the good news. There are a lot of smart people on this problem, but the pressure is certainly on, and people want answers faster, especially when it comes to protecting U.S. troops overseas.
How about sometimes we talk to people, Congressman Jeff Andrew, for example, and he says it seems in Congress they're trying to catch up. Not enough has been spent. not just on protecting against this, but on developing our own drone. Are we behind the Chinese? Are you in the camp that says we're way behind the Chinese?
I think it depends on the angle per se. Under the last administration, you saw Replicator 1 and 2 rolled out. That was mass drone purchasing and manufacturing, and purchase and manufacturing of counter mass drone weapons, respectively. The former had a $1 billion price tag. I think that's a good start. It likely needs more money when you consider the budget of the Pentagon. But it'll be interesting to see where that goes and what it informs under Trump 2.0.
Coming up then, anything else of interest? You write the Future of Defense newsletter, so drones one part of it. What else are you focused on, Colin, that you can tell us that you think is kind of, there's going to be a lot, I hope, with DOGE taking a look at the military budget, for example. And I just think, am I wrong to think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse in a budget of what, $800 million or so?
Well, they'll figure that out. And I think a lot of sources I've talked to have said there are places to carve out money and redirect it. Under that memo that was released, there were already carve-outs for drone and counter-drone and autonomy more broadly.
Okay. Well, Colin, again, one more time, the Future of Defense newsletter is the place to go. And are you surprised, then, the NFL this concerned about it? To my knowledge, we haven't seen any disruption of an NFL game, even with a hobbyist or whatever, or have we?
No, not to my knowledge, but I am more of a weapons guy and less of a sports guy. And if it comes to football, I'm definitely a college football guy.
Ah, what's your team?
It's USC Go Gamecocks.
Let's go, baby. Go Cox.
Whoa.
Well, okay, let's...
Hey, what do you mean? That's...
Well,
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, no,
I know my FCC rules.
Colin, you may be an expert. You may be an expert on drones, but maybe not the FCC here. We may have to have a talk around that type of stuff. So, yeah, there you go. All right, Colin, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, guys, thanks for having me.
You are welcome. All right, so the NFL, that's among their biggest fears. Let me give you the side question today.
Henry's getting fired.
Yeah,
it's my team. I'm showing my spirit.
We were talking after the show the other day that NASCAR came up with President Trump's vehicle going around Daytona. So we just kind of stumbled into a category. When I talked about the driver that I saw up close. Yeah, we know NASCAR's tough. Guess what? It's even tougher than it's unimaginable to me. Just going around with one driver a couple times around the track in Charlotte. How there are not accidents every second. I mean, it's incredible. So we're looking for something that is harder than it looks. I think I have two good ones. And Roe used to say, you're not in show business. There's no singing. There's no dancing. Talk radio's not that help. You just talk. I've had a lot of people say that, and then they do it. Now, some days it's apparent. Something big is breaking. It's relatively easy. You know what you're going to talk about. But on other days, maybe not so much. I'd say talk radio is harder than it looks.
It's funny you say that. I actually am producing a radio show on there.
Yeah. Okay. And I'll give you one more because I saw a guy the other day and he didn't even look in shape at the gym. And I'm thinking, here I am working out on the fake pull-up machine. Yeah, it pulls you up, but you have a thing underneath you, Dan, that you kneel on, and it helps pull you up to a pull-up. Because the pull-up is not just strength. It's also, I'm watching this guy, the way he was swinging. I think he did 5 pull-ups, and this is pretty high. It's got to be like 9, 10 feet up, 8.5, 9 feet up.
Please don't ask me to do a pull-up.
So the pull-up, I think, is much harder than you would ever imagine. You're not just pulling yourself up. You got to be coordinated and strong to do it. Those are two, much harder than it looks. What's yours?
How about being a SEPTA bus driver in Philadelphia?
Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, not only do you have to deal with some people coming onto the bus that you might not want there, but you also have to turn into very tight spots in the Philadelphia streets, and it's a tough job.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know how there are not accidents every day with every bus driver.
Speaking of accidents, harder than it looks, air traffic control.
Well, I think we know that's pretty hard. Okay, yeah.
And then one more, Dom.
Yeah.
How about riding a bike across the Ben Franklin Bridge?
Oh,
Nothing I've ever done, but, man, you look at the grade on that thing. It's not as easy as it looks.
Who said they did that the other day? Somebody said
wasn't
something.
someone on that's called in?
Yeah, that called in. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's quite a grade. It's quite uphill.
Yeah.
Yeah, both ways.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Embry, what's yours?
Yeah, so let's keep it within the show here. How about spinning a basketball on your finger?
Yes.
Remember a few weeks ago we had
I thought
Joey
that was hard.
Hot Rod De La Rosa in
Yes.
studio trying to get us to spin a basketball. It's
Thank God he
definitely
could
harder
do
than it looks.
Oh, yeah.
Even though they make it look pretty easy. And then another one that I feel like is very low key, but every time I try to do it, I get frustrated immediately and quit. Digging. If you ever dig a hole, whether it's on the grass, in the dirt, at the beach, you take especially if the ground's hard, you're like, oh man, I don't want to do this.
We should just do an entire show where Henry's digging for 3 hours.
I would.
The beach, I don't
That's
think.
my Sisyphus.
The
like
beach
rolling the rock up
the beach doesn't strike me as that hard. The
Oh,
others,
it's tough.
Well, the beach too. It's like you just start digging down. You're like, oh man, I have a good hole here, and then you're like, oh man, I have to dig out too. Oh,
Okay.
No.
Can I throw one more out there because
Yeah,
it happened
go
to me
ahead.
recently?
Yes.
Navigating through IKEA without getting lost. Harder than it looks.
All right. 855-83. So this should be a good one. Think of something, though, that most people think, that's pretty hard, but it's not really that hard. And you experience it. You actually had to do it. You know what it was like. That's what we're looking for. Never have done this one before. We see how it goes. All right. The main thing I'm looking for, though, I have to check on Twitter after that call to see if that went up and down that I had Paul on. Did we get $5,000 back from this robbery? They keep 80% of the robbery. Or is Mike Johnson right? No. We have to pay down the deficit with that. Let's say we did. How about Congress? Is Congress going to cut that we're actually going to see the deficit go down other than through us? You really believe in that? What's Mike Johnson's history there? What could he point to if he were here? That's his history. And the answer is almost nothing. He hasn't stood tall in this. Rand Paul could make the argument. Not guys like this. All right, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Elon Musk. Not necessarily going to align with conservative family values, is he?
The new GOP doesn't care, by the way. It's
True.
like they've thrown those family values out the window. I'd have his baby.
God's honest truth, for $22 billion, I'll sleep with Elon Musk. I'll take one for the team.
There's always a price.
I'm comfortable with my sexuality. I will take one for the team. And my wife would sign off on it. She'd go. She said, go stay for a week.
That's right. That's right. Nick had Elon's baby.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's John Ashell, the car czar from Colonial Hyundai. In a world full of uncertainty, Colonial Hyundai is cutting through the noise with a trade war of our own. Here at Colonial, we're offering you $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. No one gives you more for your trade. No stress, no games, just fast, easy, better. Our brand new state-of-the-art dealership is built for savings, built for service. We currently have over 200 vehicles in stock. Tucsons, Santa Fe's, Konas, and for a limited time, drive home a new Hyundai Elantra SEL Sport for just $119 per month. That's right, just $119 per month. Buy, trade, or upgrade. It's the Colonial way. And remember, nobody trumps a Colonial deal. Get the most for your car today. Plus, every new Hyundai comes with a 3-year complimentary maintenance and America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
2025 Elantra SEL Sport. 12,000 miles a year for 24 months. $5,999 down plus first month's payment, tax, motor vehicle fees, and doc fee. In stock vehicles only. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires February 28, 2025.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing, only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. If you want experts you can trust working on your car, United Tire and Service is the place for you. They always take the time to get to know you and your car, and United Tire has made February the best month to save on tires. The birds won it all, so you can save big now. Through February 28th, you save the total points of the game off a set of 4 tires. What a great way to celebrate. Schedule at one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano show. I'm just telling you this $5,000 thing. I see things so clear right now. We're on the cusp of revolution here. Seth Joyner. I wouldn't say he was a Hall of Famer, but close to Pro Bowler linebackers I remember in his day on Twitter, has this 90-year-old veteran pawning his jewelry and saying, why are we sending all this money overseas, wasting all this money? And a 90-year-old veteran who served in the military is pawning jewelry just to get by. So this is across the board, people that I just don't see involved in politics necessarily. And the Jersey people are really on to something. I'm not convinced that message has gotten, though, maybe to Jack Chitterelli. I'm trying to check on that. They ought to be enunciating this right now. It does 2 things in a place like Jersey. One, it rallies people because in Jersey, they just arrogantly have spent $1 trillion probably just in any way they want it. And 2, it taps into pro-Trump sentiment that kind of douses whatever the remaining embers are of the negativity toward Trump in some circles. And if you're encouraging people to spot this and to turn it in, and that the average American's going to be getting the money that was robbed from them back, what kind of bubble are you in if you're in Mike Johnson? What kind of bubble are you in telling me about the world currency? All right, so you can tell, you're an idiot. You don't understand it. Well, wait a minute. This is the only thing, though, that we're concerned about, not giving Americans this money back. All the other spending and all, you're not convinced. No one here is convinced that Mike Johnson is going to stop this deluge and that they're going to turn it around and they won't keep spending. What's the evidence of that? Well, if you give up that $5,000 you keep talking about, maybe they will, really. Ann in Springfield is on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Ann. Good afternoon.
Yeah, hi. Hi, Dom. I just wanted to mention that
everybody seems to give Bill Clinton credit for being the last one to have balanced the budget, but they forget to remind people that he did so by raping the Social Security fund, and now we're short on Social Security. So why not give everybody the $5,000, because people will stretch it a whole lot further than the government ever could on any program.
That is exactly right. And you know what? People will figure out a really good use. And those that don't, those that blow it, okay, you know, I understand that. But look at what the government does every single second.
Yeah, that's why. Just give it to the people. That's the only way we'll ever see any effect from it. But, you know, I just want to mention, too, on the drones. I bought one about 10 years ago that squirts fluids. And I bought it for my grandson, actually. And I got looking at it, and I read all the rules and the regulations, and I thought, well, I'll just put it away for a while. And now after hearing your broadcast, it kind of scares me, the potential of that thing. So I'm just going to leave it buried away where it is for now.
Yeah,
because,
we don't need any more drones out there in Springfield for now.
We don't need any more fancy drones. Okay, thank you very much.
Ann, thank you. Great points. Thank you, Ann, very much. Yeah, the NFL concerned about that. I don't know. I thought they would have some ability to shoot it down or something. But then if you shoot it down over that, you know, even if it's a prank, how do you deal with that? All right. So 855-839-1210. You can get on board. Coming up, RFK Jr. already involved in a couple of things that are big that I'm in agreement with. Now, he is suggesting, though, that we stop weight loss drugs for teenagers. I'm on board with that. And he's also worried about antidepressants in school shootings. And I think it's not proven that that's the causal element all the time. But it seems to me with a lot of school shootings, there are elements of that to it. Should that be looked at? Well, we'll continue to take your calls on the big issue. You get the $5,000 back, or can you make the Mike Johnson case? The government knows better. They're going to cut that deficit. So let's see what the deficit's at. Let's take out whatever the trillion they find. How many trillion are we still going to be in debt? And then we have this conversation a year from now. What do you think the result would be? 855-839-1210.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
This February, Hessert Chevrolet is making it easier than ever to drive home in a new Chevy. Get up to $9,863 off MSRP on a new 2024 Silverado 1500 SSV. Lease a 2025 Chevrolet Trax LT for just $215 a month, or a 2024 Chevy Blazer EVRS just $335 a month, all for 39 months. Check us out online at HessertChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hessert Chevrolet!
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it's Dom Giordano's show. Now, I'm seeing some people on Twitter, and maybe even some people calling in, saying, well, this is not really money we're talking about that they're retrieving here. All right, then. So how is it taking down the debt? Or is that all made up, too? Is it all just all made up stuff? Is it really money or not? If this isn't really money, then what is this doing here? All right. We're being told by Trump and Elon Musk that it is money, and I think that's the case. By the way, Doge secures 2 major victories in court, and Pam Bondi said last night that she will release, and she said imminent. I thought they might do it on Friday, but I'm thinking, it's not a news dump. You want this to be out there, right? Both the P. Diddy list and the Epstein list. And my first thought was, what if you're on the Epstein and P. Diddy list? Oh, man, on both lists. That
would be bad.
Yeah.
Even if you're on one, but both, yeah.
And immediately my mind went to a side question, Dan, for Monday, since this could break. Something with lists, like what list would it good to be on or the bad to be on? Like the devil's list. Somebody you really want to be close to, some major, you want to go to a party if they're there or something, or the list of the 10 sexiest men in the world or something.
Yeah, I like it. I also, remember it was Epstein that was the one that piqued the question of the worst American citizen of all time.
And I was impressed with that because you were talking to people while drinking over the weekend, and they were doing it. And some woman, and you said most evil.
Yes, most evil American.
Yeah. I'm looking at the interview with Mike Johnson, and I'm trying to turn away from the screen because he's making a point at CPAC, and I saw him go like this if you're watching on YouTube.
Have additional legal abilities, more like law enforcement, amid increased concerns for Musk's safety.
No, that's okay. No, and he made a motion, Dan. I think they were talking about this $5,000 versus paying down the debt. He thinks he made some point that would back everybody away, and he says, well, that's obvious that you have to put down the deficit. But I see some people on board that have a different angle on this. This is not really money in the way that we're thinking about. Well, wait a minute then. What is it exactly? It's from taxpayers. And
can I spend it to pay off debt?
Yeah. if we're taking something off, well, I see two. It's Fisher Pine too. All right, let's go to Leslie here in Bryn Mawr on Talk Radio. I always feel aloha, Leslie. Welcome in.
Aloha. Dom, you're thinking about this in the wrong way.
Oh, yes. Okay. Yes.
So the 51.9 million, okay, it was 55 the other day. It's now back down to 51.9, is not actual dollars that are being collected. They're dollars in the future that won't be spent.
Well, they've been. Well, wait a minute. But those taxes have been taken. I mean, we're in the budget of this year, so money's been taken from you and me, and I want it back.
Yes.
So what am I missing?
Okay.
I want it back.
But they don't have it.
What do you mean they don't have it?
It's not like there's a vault with $51 billion sitting in it, and now everybody can go in and take their $5,000 out of it. It's money going forward that they're saving. It is not money that is actualized.
Well, no, it is money actualized. It is in the budget now, and we're taking it out of the money for this year. That's real money then. So where are they getting it from, Leslie, to spend if it's not money?
Where are they getting the money to spend?
If this isn't real money, where are they getting it?
Well, it's not actualized dollars. It's savings. It's money that won't be spent going forward.
Okay, so when we get to that
point... So they're saying, so you go home and you look at your budget and you say, okay, I don't need to buy bagels anymore.
Okay, but wait a minute, Leslie, you're forgetting something.
I don't actually realize that until...
Right, but the money's been taken from me, though. It has been taken from me. Oh, it's all. I just want it back.
And it's been spent.
No, and some of it's going to be spent in the future. Remember, this money is budgeted. We're dealing with current year. It's been taken from us to be spent during this year, and I want it back before they spend it.
Well, I want it to go to the $879 million of interest that we're paying.
Right. So
not what I would, if they get our debt down, then our inflation gets back into a normal situation. Our interest rates become lower, and overall, we have more money to spend if we pay the debt down.
Where's the evidence?
We could even go as far as to say Trump has proposed that they cut Social Security taxes,
right?
The taxes on Social Security. Well, if he's going to do that, he's got to, we still have to pay this debt down. So until, you can't actually think that they're like having dollar bills in their hands to give out. The debt is way out of control, and until we get how many times have you said yourself, the debt's out of control and we can't pass this on to our grandchildren? Here's an opportunity to get a big chunk of debt brought down.
We're giving them we're giving them 80%. Tell me when we're going to get compensation for being robbed here. When's that going to happen?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that, except that it's in the future. It's not going to be an immediate, here's $5,000, everybody's happy, and if you have a windfall, and what's the first thing you want to do? Do you want to go buy yourself a new suit, or do you want to take down your debt?
Well, I don't have debt. The first thing I want to do is save it.
Well, wait a minute.
Wait. The first thing I want to do is make sure Roe doesn't know about it. That's the first thing. That's the surest.
Don't tell that to Leslie. That's definitely get back to Roe now.
You don't have debt because you prioritize paying down your debt, which is why you don't have it.
I got you. Leslie, thank you.
Leslie's drafting up the text to Roe right now. Watch out for that debt.
No, I don't want her to know because we're not spending it. Well, we just got this. It's a windfall. That's right. It's not a windfall. It's falling right into the account. So is this all just funny money? I take Leslie's point. No, it's in the budget now. they are going to spend it. That'd be interesting, their process. Well, they write checks based upon the government budget. Then they overspend it, of course. Come on. Mike Johnson and these guys, are you trusting in Mike Johnson? This is like an alcoholic, isn't it? That has not gone to, meetings and everything else. It's still active. And he's saying, just trust us now. We'll use this, and then we're going to start paring down the debt. This is a drop in the bucket toward that, and you're getting 80% of it. Oh, boy, that was a lot with Leslie.
You were sleeping on the couch.
Oh, man. Yeah. No, Ro knows
Instead of the
that.
Barca lounger.
Ro knows that. So, well, you just got this right, and that means you don't spend it, ever. 855-839-1210. We're a perfect match. Dan,
wasn't Shapiro supposed to speak, or
is
Trump supposed to speak?
Is Maisie the one that watches the budget for you? I mean,
Oh, yeah,
other than
100%.
accounting, is she fiscally?
Oh, she's an accountant,
right,
by trade, and 100% in charge of our funds.
So less spending than you. Would she be less of a spender?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah,
that's good.
No, I'm bad. I'm bad.
All right. Well, it seems that it happens in relationships. Rarely do you have two people. It's like a yin and a yang that come together and match. But the key thing with Ro is she is not a big spender, like a big item. It's 1,000 cuts, like hundreds of cards for everything over the course of the year.
Well, when you have the small purchases, you don't recognize that it adds up, right?
Except I do. Yeah. Right.
Well, you're getting Dunkin' Donuts every morning, and it's $10 a morning.
Yeah, Maisie has to put those green eye shades on. All right, want to get you on the side question, too. Don't forget. What, the green eye shade?
The way you worded it, though. It's just buried. Move on.
All right, so we're looking for something that's a lot harder than it looks maybe to people. Something that is harder. 855-839-1210. Let's go to Keith in Westville. All right. This might be a pretty attacking call. I'm not sure here. Here we go. All right, Keith, you say this is like what?
Hi, Dom. I think it's kind of like the Republicans are buying votes, like the Democrats did with the college forgiveness loans.
Well, I'll give you the difference. Those people rang up the debt off the middle class, and big college benefited from it, Keith. They didn't have that money, and then they cry because they're in a deficit, and they want us to bail them out. Here, I was robbed, Keith. You were robbed. We didn't spend money. It was taken from us.
Yeah, but I just think I'd rather see the money go to something, like paying down the debt. And if you want to compensate the American people, let's put some of these crooked politicians in jail. I'd feel a lot better than having $5,000 if I knew somebody was eating bread and water for the next 20 years.
I feel better, Keith. I feel better as much as I have in tag and know some of them personally. I feel better getting the $5,000.
Yeah, well.
So wait a minute. You think I'm like one of these? Wait a minute. You think I'm like one of these student loan debt people?
No, look, I've been paying taxes since I was about 15 years old.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, I'm surprised that you don't want your money back.
I pay my taxes. We go to church.
Right.
And, my daughter's in the military. We're Americans, true Americans.
Well, I don't know why a true American, Keith, wouldn't want his money back, though. I don't get it.
Yeah, but I'm just worried about like we always talk about our grandkids having this debt on their head,
Well, I would say I would take that $5,000, put it into some kind of an account, and give it to your grandkid at a certain point.
No, that's an idea.
Yeah, there you go.
I also have something else for you.
Okay.
Next time you have a politician on, can
Yes.
you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you ask him this question? Why is Social Security always running out of money, but welfare doesn't?
Yeah, I get you. All right, Keith. I might pose that.
Have a nice day, guys.
Thank you, Keith. That was a great call. What do I do? He's convinced. I'll translate his call for you. He's convinced the patriotic thing to do is to want to pay down the deficit. I think that's a nice idea, but it's faulty because they're not going to do it. Mike Johnson is somebody who is the problem. Now, Rand Paul, Mike Lee, Ron Paul, I probably can name 15 or 20 of them. I would say, given all the pressure they're under and everything else, they've stood tall in this. But short of that, a lot of these Republicans are wanting us to say they're okay because they're not as ghastly as the Democrats are. Isn't that what it comes down to? So they're not going to hold the line on this. What's the antidote to holding the line? I don't know. This is a tough one. We've been through this all the time that I've been in talk radio. How do you cut down? How do you stop them from spending? But Mike Johnson is not it. And just saying core principles, we can't be giving people checks. You're not giving us anything, buddy. It's our own money. And we're in court. Elon Musk and Trump presenting the evidence that we always knew. But, Your Honor, they robbed this from you to send to the tsetse fly in Guatemala.
I'll throw you a wrench, though.
Yeah.
Well, it's some people's money because some people paid it, but some people didn't pay it. They don't deserve it. Why should everybody get $5,000?
Right, I backed away from yesterday. Yeah, I drove home and I said, oh, you really got wound up. I was really getting wound up there. No, if you didn't pay taxes, and we have to work out what the cutoff line is, et cetera,
okay,
then you don't get it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I agree with you. Sure. You didn't get robbed. In fact, you were helping the robbery here if you didn't pay anything. No, this is a robbery. Is that something? Well, Leslie, I don't know where you're getting. That was a good try by Leslie, but so it's not money. All right, hit us on the side question, too. Something that is a lot harder than it looks. We're going to talk with Victoria Coates at 1:30. I'm sure she'll have a lot to say on Ukraine, but she is very friendly with Kash Patel. Wanted to just dive deeper. What does she think Kash Patel will be doing with the FBI? I think he's going to be a lot more methodical than certainly the Democrats and some Republicans would have you believe. And I think he'll be almost as consequential as RFK Jr. We'll have more on RFK Jr.'s latest on kids that are overweight and antidepressants in school shootings. Is there a connection? I think that's worthy of taking a look at. 855-839-1210.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Dr. Jim Burns. This is my wife, Barbara Burns. We've been clients of Crash Proof since 2022. A fiduciary is a person who is obligated to take care of the clients that they're dealing with. And that's what Crash Proof Retirement is all about.
What I like about being with Crash Proof Retirement is the fact that we will never lose any of our investments. We know it's there and it's safe and it's going to earn us some money.
And we actually made a significant amount of money, and there's no surprises. We know exactly what we're getting. We're shown what we're getting. I've been retired for 10 years, and we've never had a fear that we're going to outlive our money, because with the investments that we've made through Crash Proof, the money's always there.
Actually, you've been retired 17 years. You've been having so much fun, you forgot how long it's been.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Hi, I'm Mike Veneria Jr. with Ausperity Private Wealth. No matter your occupation, whether you work for a big company or you're a small business owner, everyone wants to keep as much of their earnings as possible. I specialize in tax minimization strategies and retirement planning that'll help you build a strong financial future for you and your future generations. Call me, Mike Veneria Jr. at 856-252-0107.
Securities through Sanctuary Securities, Inc., member FINRA SIPC, advisory services through Sanctuary Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano show. So your New York Yankees, George Steinbrenner, got to go watch Seinfeld on this, have dropped their ban on facial hair. You can be a Yankee now and have facial hair. In the past, your hair could only go down to your collar, that you couldn't have long hair. But surprisingly, you were able to have mustaches. And I always would see the short hair guy and the mustache. And it just looks like 70s porno films or something. Any Yankees that were involved with this. So we have to play with that.
Should I go mustache?
Oh, God. I am such an anti-facial.
Henry's definitely a mustache guy.
I have been a mustache guy.
Yeah, I'm so anti-facial hair.
Can you grow a mustache, Tom? I don't know if you can.
Oh, I think I can.
I'm going to try it from this angle. I don't believe you.
He's Italian. He has to grow.
Yeah, I'd be able to grow a mustache.
I've been trying for years to get this guy to grow.
No, I'm not going to do it. It's just awful. It's itchy. It's just... I just don't think you look better with it.
I don't think you can.
No, I think...
I think Dom's got a baby face and he can't grow a mustache.
I don't think so. I shave over the weekend. I have to shave for half hour before I come in here.
You're considering it now. It's great.
I just don't like the Andy Reid look. The walrus mustache. Who would set up in the morning saying, I think I'll have a walrus mustache? I know you said you had a weak chin, Dan. That was the thing.
I do. Not debatable.
All right.
Have you seen my chin? It's very weak.
No, I haven't. I've been working.
All right, let's go to one of our favorites who might be completely wrong today, though. David in Somerset, great wide receiver at future events. Hey, David, welcome in. You're a great sport, great wide receiver, but you're dead wrong today. Tell us.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is I want the $5,000.
Oh, you do? Okay. You're saying if Mike Johnson is for real, right? Right.
Yeah. They stopped spending. That's how you cut the deficit.
Right. Exactly. Something dramatic. Show us something dramatic.
They spend like drunken sailors, and I'm apologizing to drunken sailors for that comment.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's just they're insane. And, to think that this little drop in the bucket, that's where I agree with you completely, Dom, is that, it's a little drop in the bucket that they're giving to us. And it's almost like, did you ever see the movie, the Sand Pebbles?
Yes.
Remember in the morning when Steve McQueen wakes up and they're talking about all the coolies that are running around, and he says, I shaved myself, and the guy goes, hey, you don't mess with Chun's rice bowl. They see our money as theirs, and this needs to end. I mean, it's just the most frustrating thing in the world, and give us back a little bit of our money. They're insane.
And Mike Johnson,
they would never imagine.
Mike Johnson makes like we're getting a welfare check here when he says we're not in the business of giving out checks to people. It's our money. You robbed it. So maybe you didn't have a gun. You just had the mask on, Mike, and the Democrats had a shotgun, but you were there.
No, they witnessed it all, and and the idea too. I mean, the Democrats are going to try to spin this that we gave people money during COVID. No, you didn't. You printed money and gave it to people.
Right. Okay? We're just getting our money back.
This is actualized savings of money that was either allocated to different departments or was being spent no, we're not going to be spending money on these outrageous things anymore. And really what they should do, though, is not just only the savings. I want to see just absolute cuts across the federal budget. No, we're not spending like crazy like this anymore. That's how you reduce the deficit.
All right, what's your side answer today, Dave?
Spackling. I tried to spackle, Dom. I have a friend of mine that does construction, and he'll come over and he'll spackle, and I'll watch him, and he makes it look so easy. And then I try to do the same project, like a different project around the house, and I'm not even close.
That is a great answer. No,
So
it's
much
always
housework
in something
comes
that the pro knows, a step they leave out. Well, of course you're supposed to do that. No. I need it down to the micro level. Move your left hand. Do this with this.
Do you spackle?
No. Can you imagine what would happen? Oh, my God. I have certain tasks that I'm good at. If the garbage disposal clogs up, I know exactly what to do. I have a little wrench, and I go underneath with it.
Okay, I thought you were telling reach your hand to the garbage.
No. I have this little wrench, and I know how to turn it exactly right. Stuff like that.
You're changing your tire, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Can do that, sure. Yeah. Thank God I haven't had to do it quite a while. But, yeah, you should know how to change a tire.
It's throwing stones in a glass
Even though I
house
don't
here.
like the tires today, and I don't like the jacks, and I don't like it how hard they put on the
What's wrong with the jacks?
They
stink.
Yeah, they're Chinese made or something, Japanese. They're not
I've
a
never
real
met
jack.
a Japanese jack before.
No, these are substandard jacks. That's what they are. All right, let's go to Scott in the Northeast. Hey, Scott, thanks for calling.
Hey, Dom, first-time caller. But
Thank you.
a little bit about what the person who was talking about the budget versus actual. Unless we're pulling money back, well, two things. One, unless we're pulling money back from where it went, there is no real savings to distribute. It is, I agree, it is future spending that's going to be shortened. But the other thing is people talk about they stole money from us. Unless they charged us for something that we shouldn't have paid for, it's still money that belongs to the government. It doesn't belong to us because we paid our taxes. We as long as the right rates were used, as long as the calculations were done properly, there is no stealing from us.
Well, okay, well, let me challenge that. We don't know, even with talk radio, et cetera, we don't know where every dollar goes. They cover it up. There's fraud here. In other words, in a lot of these items, they don't say we're going to spend $10,000 for minstrel shows in Guatemala. I don't know that. Even as a talk host, it's hard to uncover this stuff of what they're actually spending our money on. They pretend that these are vital services that the country would fail if we didn't do them.
No, I agree with that. What I'm saying, though, is we didn't get swindled as the taxpayer. We got swindled as a citizen, that the government wasn't being honest with us in terms of where, the fact that this money's going out the door. And, it's like, for instance, the whole Vladimir, was it from Ukraine's like, well, I lost, $100 billion. I'm sorry. I'm not sure where it went. Or, Kamala Harris, too. I mean, what was it, $20 million she lost that she raised? I mean, that's where people should be upset about. Like, that this money's going, we don't know where it is, but it's not really as a taxpayer's money to get back. It'd be nice. I'm not going to argue with a $5,000 check, but it really is just a future savings of money that we're no longer going to be dishing out. But it's not really, unless we're pulling the money back from where it went, there really is no money to distribute.
But the money's been taken from us, and it will continue to be taken from us again and again.
Right, but that's the question. Are we as a taxpayer, are we paying more than we should based on where we fit into the calculation?
Mm-hmm.
If we are, then there's no stealing from us. They're just stealing in the sense of the money should be staying in America. It shouldn't be going out to Ghana or to Iraq, wherever these places are in Africa. That's the thing. Like, we have to stop being big brother to all these countries.
That's a large part of it. All right. So tell me, Scott, side question today. What's something that's a lot harder than it looks?
I went simple. I said a balance beam. If you ever go to these like parks and they have the kid parks, the playgrounds, and they have the balance beam, it's funny how hard it is as you get older and your balance is not as good.
Absolutely. That's not a bad one. No, something that is harder than it looks to be.
Scott sounds like the voiceover of the Wonder Years.
Yeah, he does. So I'll throw one in approaching women, and particularly today, from what I can tell, bro. Not that I would know now. That is, some people it's just easy. You join this group, you go and do that. Yeah, right. You feel like you're a kamikaze pilot going in there with this. You would agree with that one, wouldn't you, Dan?
Yeah.
And it's harder than it looks.
I can't imagine what it's like today.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because the chances are lower because there's less people at the bars and all this online dating. Oy.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That makes it easier. Okay, coming up.
Easier? Makes it harder.
Well, I meant, right, fewer chances. Well, rejected online, I guess, is not as bad.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, more swipes.
Trump could derail the California high-speed train. Now, you talk about thievery. In Jersey here, anytime you hear the high-speed train, like, we need a train to King of Prussia Mall. It'll be such an economic development. Let King of Prussia Mall build it then. Some high-speed train to get there and spend more money. I don't think taxpayers should be paying for it. And I think Trump's going to do this maybe today, the high-speed rail in California. Always, as soon as you hear that, definite boondoggle. 855-839-1210. Victoria Coates with us next. What will Kash Patel do? And what does she think of the ongoing battle, Trump, Zelensky, Putin? Particularly, I want to ask her, and just shut up for a while and hear what she says about Putin. Does she agree with me? She may not. Straight ahead, Talk Radio 1210.
I just can't waste my time.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Weather sponsored by Kitchen Magic.
The Arctic air mass will begin to slowly move out of the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold but windy, with a high of around 36. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy, low 23. And for Saturday, not as cold with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high around 40.
Go to kitchenmagic.com today and start your worry-free remodeling journey with a local, trusted, family-owned company that's been transforming kitchens for 45 years. That's kitchenmagic.com. kitchenmagic.com.
Maria here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Can hardly wait every time we have a chance to talk with Dr. Victoria Coates, who's a big Eagles fan, among other things, vice president of the Davis Institute for National Security at the Heritage Foundation. Current book, The Battle for the Jewish State, How Israel and America Can Win. And we've been talking the last couple of days about the nonsense of sending back those innocent Israelis. And those two children, the Israeli Defense Forces show the autopsy, 4 and 9 years of age, were beaten to death by these savages as that continues. Let's go to Dr. Victoria here on Talk Radio 1210. Dr. Victoria, you're an Eagles fan. You got to be feeling pretty good this week, whatever's going on in the world.
Well, yes, that is certainly a bright spot, Dom. And tomorrow we'll have the Phillies spring training start, so that is definitely a very positive thing for the city.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Kash Patel first. In conversations before, you've talked about Patel. You know him well. I think you're very friendly with him. What kind of moves does he make in the beginning here?
Yeah, I mean, full disclosure, Kash and I served on the National Security Council staff together during the first Trump term, and he's remained a very good friend during the intervening Biden years. And I think the first thing he has to do is restore morale. We have wonderful agents in the FBI, men and women who served with us as well on the NSC, who are just completely demoralized. This is not the bureau that they joined. This is not the mission that they accepted. It's become a woke, politicized vengeance factory, essentially. And so I think what Kash is going to do is reach down for those good folks who want to get back to the core mission of keeping the American people safe and elevate them, and then figure out where all of the direction for all the nonsense has been coming from and eradicate that. So I think that'll be day one activities.
So I've come of a mind it's a pretty significant number of people, not just a few at the very top at the FBI. Do you think that's accurate, or is it just a limited number of people that were driving all this?
I think it was primarily leadership. So it might not be vast numbers of people, but certainly enough to implement this agenda. And then there's also the kind of middle level of bureaucracy, which is what the Doge folk are going after, who just exist to perpetuate their own jobs. And they had a vested interest in pleasing the politicized senior leadership implementing the agenda. So you want to take a nice bright light to those folks as well and see who's actually doing their job and whose job is actually necessary.
Now, you mentioned Doge. Your area of expertise to me is vast because you are inside a lot of stuff and yet maintain, I think by being in Philadelphia and in Washington, it's a nice balance. I'm in the camp and I'm winning, but boy, it's fierce here. I have people that do not think they should get $5,000 back or whatever it is because of the Doge savings, shall we say. They want to pay down the deficit. And particularly Mike Johnson at Victoria really got under my skin, saying it's a core principle. We're not going to give people checks. We're not like the Democrats. This is money that was stolen from the American taxpayers, the way that I see it.
Well, here's what I'd say, Dom. It is great that we are having this conversation. We are talking about cutting the government. We're talking about saving taxpayer dollars, and we are debating as citizens how we best use those resources. That wasn't a conversation 6 months ago that anybody was having. It was just, the Democrats talking about how they were going to spend trillions more dollars if Joe Biden if Kamala Harris got elected. How quickly we forget. And so, I personally would be in the pay down the debt camp. But I also know a lot of people for whom $5,000 coming at the beginning of the summer, given, the inflation we've suffered under, all the other difficult things, that would be a real boost, and that they could pay down their personal debt and they could, maybe take a family vacation, and build their kind of flourishing family through that kind of activity. So I don't think there's a wrong answer. But the key thing is that the idea of cutting government is now becoming extremely popular in the United States.
Let's talk about Ukraine and let's talk about what's the best thing. Let's start with ending and I kind of work our way back. What do you see with the playing field? And you have much more knowledge than anybody else I can bring on. How does this play out in the end? Is it knowable what most likely will happen here?
Well, I think what Secretary Hegseth said at first in Munich is probably the end state. I think he might have gotten a little over his skis in declaring that before the president did. But I think he's right. I think there will be some kind of territorial swap. It's why it's important that Ukraine went on the offensive that they did into Russia and hold some territory there. So it's not just Russia taking, it's swap. And, there was going to have to be some kind of settlement for, the reconstruction of Ukraine, which Russia has to take some responsibility for. And I personally believe that there were reasons Ukraine wasn't in NATO in February, 3 years ago, right on the eve of the invasion. They weren't in NATO, and their NATO membership was not progressing. They had applied. It started what is called the mapping process, but there were such problems with corruption and rule of law issues, all of which are mandated for NATO membership. There are requirements. They did not fulfill them. They don't now. And so I don't have any problem saying I don't support Ukraine going into NATO now, but I don't want that to be, prohibited in perpetuity. I don't think Putin gets a vote in that.
Now, wait a minute, though. I'm in that camp. But isn't that, and I want to get at the heart of Putin here, Doctor, isn't that the heart of what Putin says? Nope, can't be on our border. They can't be in NATO. Too much a threat to Russia and the history and the whole thing.
That's what he says, and he is welcome to say it. I don't have to agree with it because NATO is a defensive alliance. NATO has never declared war on anyone. It has not invaded anyone. It has only responded to attacks on members once, which was Afghanistan after 2001, 9/11. So, Putin has this justification for why he needs to take big chunks of Ukraine. I think the reality was in his, I believe, 2007 Munich security speech in which he laid out a vision for the greater Russia, putting back together elements of the Russian Empire. That is his vision. And he feels entitled to it historically. And, this notion that somehow NATO is provoking him to this behavior, is giving him cover for his own imperialistic fantasies.
The way President Trump, I'm not enamored with it. I realize the world of real politics. You've served there where you have to be diplomatic. We got to deal with this guy in some way. I wouldn't call it quite flattery. I mean, offhand comments, how smart he is and all. I don't see Reagan doing that with Putin. I think Reagan had it easier with Gorbachev, at least looking back on it now, that Gorbachev was much more, I'm not saying he still wasn't a communist and all that, but I see this guy as the real deal, that you're not going to flatter, you're not going to soften, you're not going to do anything with Putin other than he has to believe you have leverage over him.
Well, and I think that is the crux of the matter. Obviously, President Reagan and President Trump have very different styles, but the common ground between them is they both were able to in a way, charm their enemies. And they, as I said, they did it very differently, but they had a kind of a jovial demeanor to them, even while being very tough. I mean, bear in mind, reportedly, President Trump said to President Putin during the first term that if he went into Ukraine, he was going to bomb Moscow. And, he didn't go into Ukraine. So, and he had Chairman Xi down to Mar-a-Lago. I was in the Situation Room, but he was down to Mar-a-Lago with Xi in April 2017 when we took the first bombing raid in Syria, and he told Xi about it over dessert. Like, oh, welcome to Mar-a-Lago. Hope you like the cake. Guess what I'm doing? So, that is, one way to do it. I agree. I wouldn't be saying let me put it this way. Putin has ruined too many of my weekends for me to sit around saying nice things about him. But
in what way? How? What is Putin as a threat, or what do you mean by that? What happened?
Oh, he just acts up on the weekends, and then I have to do media.
Oh.
I don't like getting up at 4:00 on Saturday morning to do that. But
what's our biggest leverage over Putin? Is it energy, and that's a long-term strategy to rein him in?
It's energy and economic, and it's why the fact that the Europeans are buying record amounts of Russian energy right now is just disgraceful. And we need to also make it very clear to the Indians we're going to cut down on their buying Russian crude, processing it, and selling it as an Indian gas. This all just has to end. If he wants to deepen his economic servitude to China by selling China more discounted illicit oil, I guess that'll be his out, but that will slowly shrink the Russian economy and increase dependence on China. And they're not very nice in those situations. So I think that is our leverage. I do think, nothing is forever, including Putin, although it certainly feels that way sometimes. But I would leave the door open to better relations down the road. That should be possible. My great uncle and former governor of Pennsylvania, Andrew Gregg Curtin, was ambassador to Russia in the 19th century and had a very friendly relationship with the government. So, that could happen again. But right now, under current leadership, given Putin's aggression, it's hard for me to see that.
On the front with Israel, too, we want to always call notice to the book, The Battle of the Jewish State, How Israel and America Can Win. There's so many other big things happening, but to see these bodies return, to learn the 4- and 9-year-old were apparently beaten to death. It's not even the mom. The celebratory music and chanting as they do this, it's more than can be borne, and I think the Israelis are exercising great restraint. What should happen next?
Oh, Dom, it's just sick-making. Yeah. And we had an event at Heritage on Tuesday, which you can stream at heritage.org, to commemorate the 50 days since, or 500 days rather, since October 7th, 2023. And we had the former hostage, Irlana Grzinski, and she spoke about being taken with her boyfriend out of her house, being raped until her pelvis broke, being held. She got out at Christmas of 2023. Matan, her boyfriend, is still in there. And that was Tuesday. And then, the Bibas family coming out, not even Shiri in that casket. They don't even know who the body is. She's some Gazan woman, and what was done to the boys. This has to end. I mean, this isn't in any way normal. It can't be condoned. It can't be excused. It has to end. And so, President Trump is reportedly very personally disturbed by this, as well he should be. I think the Israelis are very much hoping to get additional hostages out tomorrow. But from the people in Israel I've been speaking to over the last 24 hours, the mood of the country is grim. And they're one of my friends said to me, you have to remember, we're not Christians. We don't turn the other cheek, and we're going to go after these people. And I think we just need to support them.
I can't imagine just hearing you talk about this former hostage being at Heritage, standing there and hearing that. It's one of the biggest times that I remember in which this form of brutality, this form of unacceptable, was used as the tactic versus an outlier. Mm-hmm. That's what people have to understand. And my alma mater, LaSalle, I was just at a game there the other night. We had several people on. They wrote a statement that was, well, there are problems on both sides. How in the world, because you've written the book, How Israel and America Can Win, in academia, are they just doing this to kind of play along with some of the students that are there? They don't want to rile them up? Or in their heart that they could believe what happened that day isn't something we really have not seen other than Nazi atrocities?
No, it is extraordinary, but that's really the point of the book, is to lay out how this happened, because people kept asking me, what is happening to us? How did this occur? And if you go back, you see, it was a plan. It was the communist radicals of the 60s who elevated the Palestinians into this cause. Remember Sirhan Sirhan, who killed RFK Sr., was a Palestinian, and they created this niche in academia where they controlled the faculties. It really was after 2000 as they started to really gain just complete control, implement this agenda which teaches our young people that Israel is illegal, immoral, imperial. And the key thing here is Israel's the little Satan in that scenario, yes. But we are the same. We are also illegal, immoral, and imperial in this construct. And so that's the point of the book is, it's not going to end with Israel. And we can try to withdraw and we can say it doesn't concern us and it's far away, but they're on our streets. We saw them from Heritage when they were protesting Prime Minister Netanyahu's speech. They ripped down the American flags at Union Station and burned them, not Israeli flags. They defaced the copy of the Liberty Bell that's down there, which I took personal offense to. And so it's real and it's here. And that's why we have to learn about it, understand it, and ultimately defeat it.
the battle for the Jewish state, how Israel and America can win. Dr. Victoria Coates, thank you as always. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Thank you, Dom. Have a great weekend.
All right, Dr. Victoria here on Talk Radio 1210. I'm glad to hear a lot of the things she said about Putin. It was pretty funny hearing that over dessert, what he told the Chinese dictator. I'm going to say the guy passed the ice cream over here. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get you on board. Jump in now. I see some great answers here. Something that's harder than it looks might be a winner here. 855-839-1210. Jump in.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save a buck or two. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating. Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems. Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from. But that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Dom Giordano show. You heard Victoria Coates, a lot there, but she's in play down the deficit. All right. Chalk that one, put that up on the big board. I'm going to ask every person I see. You should do that this weekend and tell me on my own poll at Dom Show 1210 on Twitter. It's gone up since the opening ripping up the papers on the air thing. That seemed to move it. So at about 56% say yeah, but 44 still say no, pay down the deficit.
More important poll happening on our YouTube page,
yes.
Dom, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We've asked, beards for men, ? 63% say yes, 37% say no.
Who are these people voting? A bunch of lazy people that don't want to shave? What the heck's
Is that
going
why
on?
you think people grow facial hair?
No, I think they think there's some facial flaw and it'll cover it up. Is my
That's exactly why I do it.
Reason.
I got a nice double chin.
But I also think if you can grow it really well, you should. I think it's.
Is your beard thick or patchy?
For what
Dom?
reason?
Because it's a gift. Like I can grow a beard, but I don't like the way it comes in when it's full.
Right.
But the other people can just. It seems like they have a natural ability to grow the hair on the face.
I
so I think if you can do it, you should.
Dom being a hairy Italian guy, I feel like you'd have a pretty good beard, no?
I think we have. All right. I will not shave. I can't come in Monday. I have to shave on the air then. I can't take it. It's too much to bear. And Roe
you got to
likes
come
that,
in unshaven on Monday.
Roe likes that Don Johnson look, you know? That if the shaver breaks in the way I have to call Roe, bring a shaver.
It's not
here.
like Dan Abrams Monday when you're interviewing him is going to be like, yeah, why are you unshaven, Dom?
Right. And is there anything better than a nice hot shave? That kind of thing. Oh, right now sitting in a chair.
You actually do like the...
Oh,
what are you using to shave? Are you using like a straight razor?
I'm not doing that. No, I mean a barber or something.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were actually going full on.
No, I'm afraid of that stuff a little bit. It's a little...
So are you using an electric razor or
electric
safety razor?
Good electric razor,
Okay.
yeah. All right, let me take... all right, so in that poll, who are these people responding?
I don't know, but 64% say yes, beards for men. 36% say no.
I wonder if they're men or women. Remember the whole thing with Trump? I'm still surprised that J.D. Vance became VP because Trump, I'm sure, doesn't like his son beard. He doesn't like any beard. Can you imagine Trump with a beard, what he's saying behind the scenes? No way. I think J.D. Vance has a weak chin, so maybe that's why he did it. It looks to me like he does. Yeah, he has like a little chin coming up there. Yeah.
You know, Secret Scroll over there on the ranch says, all those ladies on the ranch agree with you, Dom. Men are hiding behind facial hair. Hard to get a read on actually who they actually are.
Oh, they're back in Oregon.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, women deserve it. It's like corking your bat. This is the male version of it. The beard. You can't tell what's really there.
Tony says, some chins are so masculine, women swoon immediately on sight, and other responses as well, winky face, so consider a beard a layer of protection for everybody involved.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
All right, so...
Suze Loves Jeffy says her husband Jeff has a butt chin, so it's very defined, his chin. He has a beard now, though, but goes back and forth. She says he's handsome anyway.
All right, there we go. All right.
I think Roe would have the same reaction.
Roe likes the Don Johnson 5 o'clock shadow thing.
See?
That's it. Not the beard.
Do it for the wife.
Not
Happy
the
wife,
beard.
happy life.
Let me take one more caller here. Let's go to Rita on Talk Radio 1210. Rita in Frankfurt. Hey, Rita, thanks for waiting. Do you like beards?
Yeah.
See?
Okay.
As long as the guy is cute, handsome.
Okay.
Well, I'm 65, but I'm just old, not dead.
Okay.
Don, you're a classy guy.
Absolutely. Yeah, so Rita, what's on your mind today?
Okay. This is going to backfire on the Republicans. Here's why. The food stamp part, remember, the stores now, we're having bad economic times. A lot of stores going to shut down because they depend on food stamps. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for listeners, Rita, yeah, the other day they said they're going to be auditing SNAP, the food stamp program. Yeah.
Right. Now, you always have fraud and all that in all programs, but I'm going to tell you this. You're not going to save no money. Here's why. Unless somebody takes that whole government the way they do things, you're not going to save any money. What's going to happen, your taxes are eventually going to go up. That's how they are. if I give you $5,000, I'm going to raise something, get that money back. That's how our government functions.
Thank you, Rita. Well, all right, at least, we're not going to give up, though. She's right about the government instinct. Man, if they start, the three big ones I want to see audited, the Federal Reserve, well, Fort Knox. Apparently, they're going to do a TV special going to Fort Knox. Dan, I got to get a Rollo on. You know why? I'm going to ask him, will it be like Al Capone's safe? If they go to Fort Knox and there's not a lot of gold in there, that's going to be big trouble.
There better be gold.
There better be.
I've been promised gold.
And auditing SNAP, the food stamp program, and auditing the military budget. All right, we got a
Wait, before we go, we got a holy decision here from Pastor Bill Devlin.
Yes.
Says, what my wife says about my gray beard. For those that don't know, look up a picture of Pastor Bill Devlin. He's a striking image of Herb Alpert, the great jazz musician. So if you know what Herb looks like, then you know the beard.
Yes.
Says, his wife says, quote, when you have an ugly house, you have to put a lot of shrubbery in front of it.
That's a ringing endorsement, isn't it? I was right, Henry. That's the number one reason.
I mean, it is the makeup for the man, but...
Right. Oh, well put.
Ooh, the makeup for the man. I said it's a blanket for your chin. Or blanket for your double
very
fat,
much.
too.
See, there's a lot of subterfuge here. All right, 855-839-1210. By the way, I have New York Times got this question about President Trump wanting men and women to dress in a stereotypical gender style. I'll give you what they answered about that and what they mean by it. Coming up. Yeah, but the Yankees dropping the beard ban is all over the place. It's big news here. It's amazing with all that's going on in the world. I'm watching on Fox
News. Look
yeah, exactly.
They're just listening to us.
All right, Dom's Money Melody coming up, and we hope to get the architect. I'm going to drive to Arizona and get this guy on a Monday if he doesn't come on today. The guy that whispered into Trump's ear, give Americans $5,000 back. Hope to get him on sometime soon.
Well, knowing that Pastor Bill Devlin's working or listening, and he's a traveler, maybe he can go out to Arizona and get in the year, you know?
All right.
There, Bill.
But let's talk about February being American Heart Month. A great time to focus on all aspects of cardiac care, exercising, eating healthfully, heart-friendly foods, and also being mindful of your dental health. Because plaque, we all know what plaque is. Although I tell them all the time, I don't see any plaque there, Dr. Bentz. Where's the plaque? Point it out to me. Why can you see it and I can't? It's there, and it can lead to bacteria growth. And then that leads to conditions possibly like endocarditis, arterial sclerosis, all things you want to avoid. And it's a great time right now during February, American Heart Month, to get with my dentist to make that initial appointment. Board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz. He's worked with thousands of patients to not only improve their smiles and their confidence, but even more importantly, to maximize their oral health, which leads to great overall health. So get that initial appointment. Now's a good time to act. Call Dr. Bentz, 610-272-6949, or visit bentzdentalgroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon, Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, using only quality, CertainTeed roofing products, serving our area for 5 decades, accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start at PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the teeth in a day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere 1 day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, this just in on the Dom Giordano show. Now, causing quite a stir with the Inquirer, Philadelphia's Federal Detention Center is set to become one of 2 federal facilities in the northeastern United States that will confine ICE detainees here, and they expect a lot. I think it holds 120. And the Inquirer just dropped this article that talks about that in the context on paper of Philadelphia being a sanctuary city. But Mayor Sherrell Parker has not really spoken out on that. So interesting how that plays out. And the city has no authority over this, but expects a lot to be made of it. Also, Dan, you had Pam Bondi. This is this morning. Here's the latest on the Epstein and I think the P. Diddy list. Will they be released?
You know, I saw your appearance at CPAC with Ben and with Ted Cruz. And one of the things that you alluded to, and this is something Donald Trump has talked about, the DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. I'm reviewing that. I'm reviewing JFK files, MLK files. That's all in the process of being reviewed because that was done at the directive of the president from all of these agencies.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Okay.
Well, that's a little bit hard to believe.
Right?
Which is the worst one to be on? I'd say it's worse to be on the Epstein list.
Yeah. Yeah, and I got to ask, why the heck is she reviewing it? And why has it just been sitting on her desk to review and she hasn't looked at it? It
Right,
seems
yeah,
like,
exactly, yeah.
Get it out.
And the JFK clock ticking in the world of reality versus what they said, I think it would be sometime in May that's supposed to drop, allegedly. So, and then I'll be proven right. It's going to say Lee Harvey Oswald did it. Stop it, all the rest of you. Go to Dallas. Go to that museum. Plexiglass. Stand right there, and you'll see he did it.
You think it's possible Trump's on this Epstein list?
No. I think he was too smart for this. He was around Epstein, but he doesn't get caught up in stuff like that.
I got such an issue with this. I mean, you can't be writing these checks. Like, don't tease me with Epstein,
okay.
MLK, JFK.
Right. The drones.
We're going to give you $5,000. Like, don't do this to yourself. Don't put these expectations.
Right. Well, they are going to drop these. I think this time around they are. You say
like
no,
they're
not.
They say that every few years, like, oh, we found more files, we did this, we did that.
Right.
And it never comes to anything.
Well, still waiting for my answers on aliens.
There's an actual procedure here. There's a date.
There's the declassification.
The drone thing is ridiculous. I don't care if it's Trump or anybody else telling us nothing to see here. I'm not buying it. Even with the drones guy we had on today. there's something going on there that people know about. We ought to just be told.
Manglemush makes a good point. YouTube.com/@12WPHT. He goes, I don't care about Epstein's flight list. I want the guest list for the island because you know that everyone's going to say that, oh, yeah,
Right.
I flew on the plane, but that doesn't mean I'm guilty.
Well, I don't know how we get the guest list for the island, document where that would be. The flight list, you got to put a name on there. The island, I'm not sure, Dan, how they get that or where that would be kept, et cetera. If you're on the flight list, though, publicly,
it's
by the way, I think I see a couple starting now. They're not there yet to rival Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. Do you know what Hollywood couple is starting to get in the zone of obnoxiousness?
Ryan Reynolds and his
yes.
wife?
Yeah, they are.
Blake? Wow,
They're
didn't expect
closing
you to actually
into
agree
it.
with it.
Yeah,
Wow.
And I try not to dabble in the story overwhelmingly. And Ro loves Ryan Reynolds, and even she's starting to see
Did
it.
you
But
hear, there's a long conspiracy involving Ryan Reynolds, Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, State Farm. Have you heard this one? You want to delve into it real quick?
No.
Oh,
But-
you don't want to hear about it?
No, but
Oh, wow.
seeing them at a recent event, the stuff that goes, Marco is impossible to beat, though. She's what up there beyond anybody I pretty much can imagine. Maybe Hilaria. Remember we played that the other day, the wife, now the Baldwins, which one is it? The Latino Hilaria or the real Hilaria? All right.
Schrodinger's Hilaria. Which one are you getting?
Let's go to Ken in the Northeast. They tell me now, big expectations. He's got a great side answer today. Something that looks harder than it is. Ken in the Northeast. Hey, Ken, what do you have today?
Hi, Dom. How you doing? It's
Good.
been a long time. I had to explain it, but I got a better explanation for it. A lot of people my age, I'm in my late 50s, we used to go down to the creek or maybe a reservoir and go swimming, maybe swing off the rope. But there was a spot where you could jump off a high spot where the cliff was very high. And when you jump off of that, you hit the water, and the water is a lot harder than it looks.
Yeah.
Every one of us would end up with bruised arms or bruised legs because of the height.
Stop after the first time.
Where was this? Was this Pennypacker Park or something like, where was it?
Well, one was Pennypack, and then there was a quarry up in Bensalem that they closed. We used to sneak in because it was
jumping in quarry water. Oh my God!
I did that.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that's a pretty good one. You guys are right. I mean, hitting water. Dan, you're right. Why wouldn't you stop?
Literal answer.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, my goodness. Joe in Columbus. We'll have Dom's Money Melody shortly. Want to get a couple on the side question here. Let's go to Joe. Hey, Joe. Afternoon.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
This one came from an accomplished, some say, an ace World War II fighter. It was an admission, and it was a very humble admission. And he's always started off, whether he was in his teaching clinics or otherwise, he would say, what other activity or profession do you know that if you were 30% successful, you will live in infamy? And he actually admitted, and the guy is Ted Williams, and you heard it as well as I did. You take a round ball, you take a round bat, and you got to hit it square. And he actually admitted to my father that if he had to bat against the pitches we've seen over the last 20 years, especially the more recent ones, the slider, the backup fastball, the cut fastball, the sweeper, he actually admitted he would have never hit 400, 40%. So my answer is hitting a baseball successfully.
I would agree, but I think the great Ted Williams was just being modest. He'd hit 400 and laugh at these guys and be spitting at them and doing whatever, running down to first base.
There was no modesty in him.
That's what I love. A sports writer in Philadelphia got on him. He just kept on hitting foul balls as close as he could to him. Apparently, he did it 10 or 12 times just at bat, just because he could do it. Yeah.
You never challenged that man.
No, that's a guy I'd love to interview. He's a bit wacky, to put it mildly. When your head is frozen and all, it tends to do that. You know? Yeah.
But Tom, he loved the people who had the same passion he did.
Yeah, nothing.
It was very infectious.
Nothing like him. That's a great one. Hitting a baseball, I think, is just the fear factor. We talked about that the other day. First pair of glasses I got, Ryan Doran's glasses were in the window. I wish I could remember the name of the place downtown on Chestnut Street. They look like Coke bottles. And he was allegedly an alcoholic. He was very wild, and he threw, they think, 98 to 100 miles an hour, and he didn't care what he was doing. And players would not dig in. He was a relief pitcher, so he didn't think he was ever going to get hit.
This sounds like Ricky Vaughn from Major League.
That's exactly right. So, the fear of that, it's just how these guys, now that's something pretty hard. Just to stand in there. I know you should be able to do it. You're telling yourself you're not going to get hit. But,
because there's the mechanical side of it, and there's also the mental part of it. Like,
right,
you gotta recognize a pitch in, less than a second. It's crazy.
And think that's not going to hit me. It's a breaking ball in a tenth of a
second.
second.
Big looping curveball. You just want to turn your back and be like, oh, nope, that landed in the strike zone.
Exactly. Salman Rushdie's attacker found guilty. We'll see what happens to him. 855-839-1210. That gets you on board. Joe in Bordentown. Joe, what's yours?
My answer to the side question would be Mr. Spock's Vulcan salute, which Leonard Nimoy based on the sign of Miriam that Jewish rabbis give.
I didn't know that. Yeah, that is pretty hard to do. I can't do it. I'm not even going to try. I try to do it here on YouTube. Can you guys do when there's 2 outs? And I just go like this, but you just got to separate your fingers that there's 2 outs and you're showing. Yeah, my fingers don't. Yeah, Dan's doing the same thing I am. Don't try that at home. All right. Do we have enough space here? I try to clear some space.
I think the answer's probably easy enough where,
Okay. Yeah. Dan's got something special here that ties into today's side question. Dan, it's time for...
Money Melody.
Yeah, Dom.
So, first
prize.
of all, one second.
Prize.
Yeah, the prize. Winning a pair of tickets to the Bucks County Paracon, the second annual paranormal conference, March 8th at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Dom, so right now I'm going to play a instrument that's harder than it looks, and I have 2 options for you. I can either play in the way that it's often heard by many, or play in a way where it's played correctly in a well way. Which way did you want?
The well way, of course.
Okay, so here it is, covering Dio, a certain instrument that many are familiar with that's much harder than it looks. We want to know the name of the instrument. Take a listen. I'm not looking for a group of instruments, Dom. I'm looking for the specific instrument that's being played here that many are familiar with that's much harder than it looks.
Are the Finns big players of this instrument?
I have no idea. I don't want to give away too much.
All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us with that, and you're headed off to a great spot, the Zlock. We had the guy on the other day with the Paracon conference. 855-839-1210. Hit us with the answer.
Hey, Dawn Stenslin, you've heard me talk for years about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work they've done in my home. You know by now, if I needed new windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. What you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding can also replace your old roof. Yes, they have you covered, literally. Family-owned and operated Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. They've been around for more than 30 years, and they have more than 240 Google reviews, which speak to their reputation for high-quality workmanship, customer service. They spend the time to understand your needs and educate you on your options. They also have financing available right now, which you can leverage to make your new roof or other remodeling projects a reality. Whether you or somebody you know are looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated. But your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Hey, Paoli. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's the Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me some of these answers, Tom.
All right. Hopefully we'll get an answer. May have to do a lot of cluing.
I might have to play the way it's usually heard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You want to play that before we go through a litany of these?
No, let's go with the way. So first we have a way that it's played when played correctly. This is covering Dio, the last in line. We want to know what's the name of this instrument that many are familiar with, but it's much harder than it looks. Take a listen. Right there, that noise.
That noise. All right. No other clues on this, huh? All right, let's see what instrument that is. Bob in Cherry Hill. Hey, Bob, what's the instrument?
Is it a pan flute?
No, it's not a pan flute.
No, good try. That's Bruce, Bruce in the Northeast. Bruce, what's the instrument?
Yeah, good afternoon, guys. This is a wild guess here. A Moog synthesizer.
synthesizer. And how are many people familiar with that, Bruce?
All right, this is a very familiar.
All right, I want to play the way that people normally hear.
Okay.
Because what happens is their kids bring this home from school because they're trying to learn it.
Yeah.
And it usually sounds like this when the kids practice it because it looks really easy, but it's much harder to play. Yeah, we all know that sound.
Is there anything worse than the kid who doesn't play the instrument and you gotta do a golf clap?
And they really tried to get the kid to play this instrument. It's tough.
God.
It's tough.
Yeah. All right, Derek in South Philly. Derek, what's the instrument?
That would be the flute.
No.
Oh, what kind of flute? I'll give you another chance. It's a specific type of flute, Derek. What is it?
It's right on the tip of my tongue, but I can't think of it.
All right, thank you.
Sarah?
Sarah in Philly. Sarah, what's the instrument?
I'm going to say a tin flute.
How many types of flutes
John,
are
save
there?
us.
The flutist. Yeah, John in Collingswood. John, come on now. How many flutes
Elementary
are left?
school music class.
Elementary,
Hey.
John.
It's a recorder.
Yes, thank you. Ever play that, John?
I did unsuccessfully.
So it is harder.
I'd love to
Okay.
hear your
Well, the
rendition
thing looks
of
like a
Hot
I
toy.
used
Buns.
it as a doorstop.
Okay, I'll put you on hold. There you go, John. All right, we got that.
Yeah, that long plastic flute that looks like a whistle on one end with all the holes that they teach you to play and nobody can play it correctly. The recorder, Dom, looks like a toy, much harder to play.
All right, I'm going to go to Gary. He's got something here that I want to find out if he has a lot of experience with this, something that's harder than it looks. Hey, Gary, give us your answer first, and I know you have a comment. What's harder than it looks?
Okay. I don't know, Don, but I can tell you, when they ask you for your license and registration, you better not have a drink in you.
So the field sobriety test, you're
Field
saying?
sobriety test, yes.
You know, I have to
Yes.
ask Pat Malloy the next time if he's listening, how many people in his experience fail that? You know, the field sobriety test. Is it, you know?
Well, you come from a law enforcement family, correct?
Yeah.
So you have a little bit of an edge on the rest of us that don't have a dad as a cop.
Oh, they made us
So-
do the field sobriety test at home. Yeah.
No. But what I mean by that is, as soon as you get pulled over, if you've had a beer or two,
Right.
you see him, you're like, oh, what did
Yeah.
I just do? Why am I
Right.
getting pulled over? Your adrenaline jumps through the roof, and God forbid they say, Mr. Gary, we need you to get out of the car. Like, oh my God.
Oh, yeah, there's pressure.
I can't do it sober, right?
That is a good
Say
one.
the
Yeah.
alphabet backwards.
Now, I'm not sure. We
I
don't
can't
know
walk,
if
if you're on the
marijuana
trial.
has the same impact on failure. The failure rate of the field sobriety test, would it be the same? That's because police still don't know what to do with testing for that and sobriety. But, Gary, that's a great one. What's your other comment?
The other comment is, in the last 3 years, the United States has collected $14.92 trillion in tax revenue and has spent $19.72 trillion in spending. So there's a deficit in the last 3 years alone of $4.8 trillion. So what Leslie was trying to say is, the money isn't there to give it back. If we didn't have a deficit, which we do, if we weren't exceeding our spending with our gross revenues, which we are, there would be money to give back. However, the money that we've already given, I apologize, let me use what you said. The money that we were robbed
Right.
can't be given back without it being a stimulus and then us borrowing more money from your children and
Okay.
your grandchildren and their grandchildren.
All right,
That's where we
I
are.
hear that point. I hear what you're saying. We're going to have the guy on Wednesday. He's so busy. I'm teasing to that, Gary. I want you to be the first caller. You and Leslie have been great on this. The guy that put this into Trump's ear, the CEO, is busy until Wednesday. Wednesday at 2 o'clock, though. I'll let him explain, and then you can parry and make this argument. We'll see what he says.
I'm going to reach out to Leslie and see if we can have lunch together while we're listening, and we'll call in jointly.
Oh, my God. And please, not a lot of wine there with Leslie.
Yeah,
you
no
know, I know
field
the
sobriety
it might be a field sobriety test after that. I'll send Pat Malloy. Pat, pinch these two.
By
They
the
asked a
way-
hard question.
By the way, the caller who was jumping into the quarry,
Yes.
I used to do it at the one in Benstown. It was above in the Chamonix Mall. It was if you were 3 feet off, you were in trouble.
My goodness.
I
Thank
think
you,
all these
Gary.
people just watched Breaking Away, the movie about
Yeah.
the bike.
Oh,
kingdom,
that's right, yeah.
And they're just,
Is that a good
conflating
film? I've
memories.
never seen
Oh, it's fantastic.
Is it? Yeah.
Go Hoosiers.
You guys still haven't seen what was the Costner film I told you to see? Now I forget.
Dances with Wolves?
No, the Pentagon film.
Oh,
I gotta-
yeah.
I think it's on Fox Nation. No Way Out. I think No Way Out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I didn't remember the woman as being that overwhelming. So I'm just saying with that. You guys were.
Sean Young.
Yeah. But we got a broadcast from the Pentagon. I'm already asked some people, and we got to get Greg Stocker to approve just to see how many Arby's they still have there, et cetera, or are they cutting back on it? Apparently, Pete Hegseth and our guy is in Gitmo, and they're criticizing President Trump. They put people in Gitmo as a holding area. Now they're being shipped back. I think it was late yesterday or early this morning to Venezuela. That's all Gitmo's supposed to be. They're not going to stay there forever. It's a holding area, and then they're going to send them back. It's a transport to these Caribbean and South American spots. That's all it is. Watch for this next week, though. Philadelphia as the federal detention center for people here illegally is going to be accepting people, and expect a lot of back and forth. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is push pound 1210. One thing to watch for, too, I should have asked Victoria Coates. Trump is right on this with Ukraine, even though, I think he's wrong with who started. And I think Victoria Coates vouched for that. It was Putin. But they are making progress with this mineral deal. In other words, we've given Ukraine an awful lot to keep them going here. And when the accounting happens, frauds, corruption, abuse, there will be a lot of it. The least they can do is help us methodically mine these earth minerals. Aluminum is a big one. They have a lot of it. This could be really valuable. And I think they're going to sign off on that. And I think Trump is then going to say, all right, look, they're meeting us halfway here for what we've done for them. And there might be a little bit of a ceasefire here with Zelensky. All right, 855-839-1210, though. So jump on, side question. Something that is harder than it looks is what we're looking for. Harder to do than it looks. The recorder would definitely be one. That's a great one. I can't even imagine. That seems to me, hearing kids play it, brutal.
So Suze loves Jeffy. I didn't know this, but she says that the recorder is actually taught at a young age because all woodwinds have similar finger placements. So once you learn the recorder, she says she can now play the pan flute, the clarinet, the saxophone, all just because she learned the recorder first.
What's the instrument? And it was Mr. Holland's Opus. They did a great scene with it, Dan. Is it the trumpet where the spit builds up and there's a spit release thing in there too?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's a trumpet. Yeah, there's a
Call
big
us.
scene.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
know.
what it's like. Some people don't have etiquette with the spit. 855-839-1210. You'll get on board. Hey, time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements, because for nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for DOM listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant, or just go online and use that code OMEGA50 when you visit res-q.com, res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s to receive that second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart, support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3. Easy to remember, OMEGA50.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
What is your viewpoint right now, having been a guy that voted for Trump, who then, in some regards, directly or indirectly, just took your employment away?
In terms of being a Trump supporter, I still do agree with a lot of the stuff that he's doing. There's a ton of waste in government. Working at the IRS, I did see waste.
Robert McCabe, thank you so much for coming on and sharing your story. I know it's not easy. Keep us updated as there are developments.
All right, will do.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Looking for the confidence to walk away from the 9 to 5? Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Weather sponsored by Robert Half.
The Arctic air mass will begin to slowly move out of the Delaware Valley today. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds, not as cold but windy, with a high of around 36. Another cold night tonight, mostly clear. It'll be breezy, low 23. And for Saturday, not as cold with a mixture of sunshine and clouds and a high around 40.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. A couple of things. I like this one on Twitter. Something that's harder than it looks. Throwing with not your real hand. Throwing left-handed if you're right-handed.
Yeah.
Very tough to be able to. I don't think I could throw a football 35 yards that way. All right.
Can't throw 10 yards that way.
I can throw it 10 yards
No,
left-handed.
you cannot throw it 10
say
yards left-handed.
30 feet to that window. Oh, of course, yes. All right, is there a football? We should have a football in here, and we should have this staked off. What
I would
yard
bet
lines
money
and
when
all
Henry
this.
gets off the phone, he'd tell us that he has one in his car.
Yeah. Throw a football 10 yards, Henry. I think I could do that.
You got a football in your car?
I'm gonna launch it. I'm gonna launch it like a shot put. Just to make
I
sure
love
I
the
get
shot put.
Yeah, but 30 feet.
You think he could throw it 10 yards
10
with
yards,
his left
okay.
hand?
Left-handed. Yes.
A football?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
30 feet with his left hand?
Yes.
Yeah.
No
Easily.
way.
Yeah.
I think I could do 15.
15 yards.
15 yards.
Now you're pushing it.
That's close. I'm setting a high
Yeah.
bar here. Yeah, somewhere between there, maybe 12, but okay.
Can we set it up? Like you think?
I've saved that for Mulligan's here. We have to have that on the street, the left-handed now. Maybe we should kick field goals at Mulligan's after a few drinks. That might be a fun
that's
activity.
difficult.
Yeah,
Curious
yeah,
if
that's
you're-
very difficult.
You
Yeah.
try this one, Fishes and Mike, youtube.com/@12WPHT says hand tossing pizza dough. You ever tried that?
I have never. That looks difficult, though. It looks like a mockery. You throw it up and all that, but it does look
Mockery?
different.
Mockery of who?
No, on TV. When they do it on TV, they're having fun with it. All right.
They'll take an Italian offense there.
So President Trump, and I think the governor of Maine was there. He's got all those governors there. Goes after her by name personally because Maine is resisting on the transgender thing. They said they're going to let biological boys, men, play in female sports.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's
They
good,
have not.
but I
They have
understand
not.
Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding. Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one.
Oh. Dan, save that for Monday
after governor because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
I give the governor some credit there. Let's see if she would come on. She might be. She's bold enough to stand there with the president. This is the type of thing, though. And this is what gets people upset. That's why we've been talking about this deficit, pay down the deficit. President Trump said there, his heart's in the right place to do it. Is it doable to take away federal funding for Maine since they are clearly bold enough to say they're just not going to follow something that is now illegal? 80% or more of the American public are with President Trump on this. For once, I want to see federal funding taken away. I don't know if they would. And why in the world? And I think, Dan, you've been there, right? I remember that one time, that one trip you went on with scooters or something. Why in the world would anyone want to go to Maine? I don't get that.
What do you mean? It's beautiful.
Yes, there's a lot of places. It's freezing, though.
No, but coastal Maine, Dom, it's so nice and humble.
Even in the summer, it's 60 degrees. You can't go in the water.
Yes, you can.
No, the shrinkage would be beyond shrinkage levels.
Eat some amazing lobster.
Oh, the lobsters.
Oh,
too.
Maine is amazing.
There's a reason why few people are there. Too cold. All right, let's go to Lou, who's been hanging.
A lot of people there in Maine.
And Langhorne. Hey, Lou. Good afternoon.
Hey, Dom. Look, I totally agree with you with money coming back, but I also agree with paying down the deficit. It's how you do it. Republicans haven't been good in the past with messaging, and people have short memories. So what I think would work would be instead of $5K at one time, spread it out against a couple of years, make sure that the Republicans say to the populace, all right, it's $1,500 this year, $1,500 next year, $1,500. And this way, it's fresh in everybody's minds. You know, it is our money, and maybe more goes to paying the debt down, but we still get money back. And I just think it's another way to do it. But we need to make sure that they constantly remember that who brought this up, who's actually doing it, and who's making a difference.
I hear you.
It's definitely not the Democrats.
And Lou, yesterday as an example, though, and Rand Paul's the only Republican that voted against it, they passed this Senate budget bill to get ahead of the House. A lot of spending there. I think it's $340 billion. Just as we're talking about this, they can't restrain themselves. And look, I know Trump wants money, border, and all that. Okay, cut something else. That's what Rand Paul's saying. Just as we're talking about this, they still rang up on the Senate side about $340 billion in a short-term budget yesterday. They won't stop.
Yeah, it's a drug.
Yeah, it is. And Republicans are involved. Thank you. I guess they're afraid. Look, we get it. Border, necessary. Money, transportation, moving around, and all that, and a couple of other things. Well, then you're going to have to cut some other things there rather than continuing to ring this up. We're told we can't get to 5,000 or to lose points spread out. Look at the Republicans that voted for it. Why did Rand Paul vote against that? Is Rand Paul just kind of a, an annoying figure, or is he right? I think he's right. He can be annoying at times, as much as I love the guy in a lot of ways. He can be. He voted against it. I think he was the only Republican. Would Mike Johnson have voted against that? I don't think so. We started out the show today. He said it's not core principles to be giving people checks in this regard. Really? There's the evidence. Yeah, but Dom, a lot of this was for the border. I get it. I'm on board with that. Then you got to cut something else out. You can't just continue to ring up a deficit, right? Well, I guess we can, but you're not getting the money. Bruce in the Northeast, what's harder than it looks? Hey, Bruce, what's yours?
Dom, I think you like kind of avoiding this answer, so I'm going to give it to you. But I can just imagine you mumbling under your breath last summer down the shore, you'd be saying, damn, throwing that football 40 yards was a lot harder than it looks.
I was not. Because I used to be able to throw
It was not.
It was
no.
a bad ball. The ball was too slick. I need a ball that was broken. There was a lot of wind. It was an overcast day. It wasn't sunshiny. It was the temperature. Wait a minute. The temperature was under 70 degrees. I wanted to throw it to shore with a temperature at least 75 this summer.
Right. Yeah, or you deflate the ball, maybe do something like that.
Well, I was promised that Ron Jaworski would help my technique, and he didn't do it. I blame him,
Right.
too.
Yeah. Well, you get another chance this summer.
All right, there we go. So, Dan, do we officially know how far you threw it in flip-flops? It seemed to be about 48 to 50 yards.
I didn't think it was under 40 yards.
No, you threw it more than 40.
No, I think I think you just are exaggerating how far I threw to make yourself look better now.
Now, we did have a ringer in there. A guy hit a car, and we had to get out of there to throw it about 62, we think. And then Greg Stocker's throw. That's on tape, too.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
That was pretty bad.
Yeah.
At least you had a better throw than Stalker.
You threw it 40 yards, Dan.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. That was 40 yards in my imagination. Yeah. I know.
So
I think
you're
it
declaring
was.
it's 40 yards.
Oh, it was
Yes.
at least 40. I know 40 yards. That ball in the air, it looked good. It was a spiral. It was 40 yards.
10 yards with your left hand, though? I don't think so.
You just kind of shot put it 10 yards.
as long as you get it up.
Yeah, I'm just going to throw it
You're
up
spiking it
high.
into the ground. It's being spiked.
All right, we'll do that. I'll bring in my football. I still think I have it in the closet. I have to see if it's the right one.
We should set something up over at Gallows.
Right.
Do it
Okay.
right outside the burger bar, yeah.
All right. If Jim Harvey wants a spectacle, I'll bring it to him. All right. By the way, he doesn't have a hamburger for me yet or a Gallows on the menu. I need that. All right.
Dom Burger?
The Dom Burger.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, the guy who's the architect of this $5,000 back that sits on the Doge committee has agreed to come on Wednesday at 2 o'clock. I know that's a long time off, but, man, just based upon the ferocity of this, that's going to be quite a moment. And we'll ask him to take calls. I think he'll agree to do that. All right, 855-839-12. That's preposterous. Of course, it's only 30 feet. It's a 30-foot putt.
Yeah, you say that now. It's harder than it looks,
I
Tom.
can throw it behind my back left-handed 10 yards.
Oh, well, you want to?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, just a little bit of lift. I'm trying to practice it here. It doesn't seem to be hard. I know I can do it right-handed behind my back 10 yards. I don't know about left-handed.
Are we judging accuracy as well?
No, just distance here. You can't have everything. You did throw it 40 yards.
Brute
You're
force.
doing this just to make mine even worse. It was 40 yards. All right.
Don't diminish my throw, he says.
All right, it is the lightning round next. And by the way, that's sound with Trump. That was the best of Trump. I like the governor's response, though. You know, the president of the United States is going back and forth with you in front of the other governors. I wonder what Shapiro was thinking here. I wish he had gone to Josh. Hey, Josh Shapiro, I see you there. What do you think of this? Should boys be playing against girls? Oh, man, that would have been a moment. 855-839-1210.
So if you don't mind my saying, I can see you're out of aces.
The Crash Proof Retirement System is more than just a shield for your retirement. Our exclusive system offers unique flexibility, orchestrating crash-proof vehicles to maximize growth with the market, but with none of the volatility. That's why our clients enjoy both security and prosperity, knowing that they're taking full advantage of the market without ever risking their principal.
Philip Baglivo from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Now is the time to look into crash-proof retirement for better growth and protection. With the crash-proof retirement system, I've earned 9% interest this year. I don't pay any fees, and I always come out on top. It's definitely a cornerstone for me to have crash-proof retirement in my life.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Yo, Philly, it's Coop, and right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than what you spend on Bella's dog walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $50 per month with AutoPay plus taxes and fees at your local Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming and 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Well, how about this? Start a PI Dental Center with decades of experience in complex dental treatment, and I've been a patient at PI Dental for 20 years. Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, they're board-certified prosthodontists. They specialize in the restoration and replacement of teeth, and PI Dental Center are the originators of the Teeth in a Day. It's a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth and implants placed for a dramatic transformation in a mere one day. So visit PIDentalCenter.com. That's PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. By the way, great. Was it on YouTube, the suggestion?
Yeah, so Shafe over on YouTube, Dom.
Thank you. Yeah, well, you might have given us something for the summer. Can I throw a football 100 yards?
100 yards?
3 throws.
3 throws for 100 yards.
Yes. Oh, boy, that's right on the cusp.
So that's an average of 33.
Yeah, and in 1 yard, that 1 yard, I know will be
you have to do it
successfully.
successfully. So you got to do it right after one another. So you're doing it with a dead arm on your third one, probably.
Oh, boy, yes. That's
Gotta get warmed up.
We got warmed up, a lot of throwing. Just one bad throw, and I'm out, though. That's...
You have one throw like the one that you had. That's only about 20 yards, right?
Are steroids allowed of any sort?
No, but Ozempic is.
I don't know if we'll be testing.
There's no testing. We're all okay. This is a great one. Let's go to John in Westchester. All right, John, what's something harder than it looks?
Good afternoon. Good Friday afternoon, Dom.
Thank you, John.
Dan and Henry. A volunteer fireman.
Yes. Yeah. Very difficult.
It employs all the dangers and everything that a paid professional city fireman does, but you have to use a lot of your own personal time to go to training classes, to go away to training, to be involved in also maintenance of vehicles, working on and keeping all the equipment up to date and in fine working order. And whether if you're a fire policeman, doing all the traffic control and things like that. And remember, when everybody else is safe and home and snug on those bad weather nights, that's when the call comes in and they have to get out in your garage and drive to the firehouse to get on the truck and all.
Hey, John, what would percentage, like where you are, you're out in Westchester, your area, are many still volunteer fire departments?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, they're all, there are some paid professionals as part of some fire companies, but they may be a paid driver and engineer or, pump operator on the truck or something like that.
I gotcha. John, I'm glad you brought that to our attention. Can't do that often enough. And it's still rampant that volunteer firefighting, even in our area, are a huge number of people. That's a real good one. I see a couple. All right, Joe of Exton. Joe, what's yours today?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
What is harder than it looks? Landing a military jet on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah. Well, that looks pretty hard to me, Joe. Have you ever done that in your vast career?
No, not yet.
Have you ever flown a plane, Joe?
No.
Oh.
Okay. All right, Joe. Thank you.
Seems like something you would have done, Joe.
Let's go to Robert and Ben
very
Salem.
Concerning, no.
I think this is a great answer that we all have to assume. By the way, Rose, very good at this, though. I'll give you that in a second. Robert, what's yours today?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. 10 seconds. We need $2.4 trillion in savings to pay down a deficit and give everybody their $5,000 refund. That last call was beautiful. You do it over 3 years, and you put big tax cuts in the last installment in 2027, and you put it on a 2026 midterm ballots. count the House as Republican next time. Beautiful, beautiful.
I'll ask the guy on Wednesday. I hear what you're saying. Spread it out over that. Okay.
You hear Robert call Joe Vexton beautiful there?
Yeah.
So the last caller was beautiful.
No, it's Lou of Langhorne. Lou of Langhorne.
The guy who said over time.
Yeah,
Joe's always beautiful. Joe stays beautiful. My answer to the side, and there would be so much more on this going forward, Don, but my answer to the side question is them carnival games, like on the boardwalk. And I was telling Henry, I'm sure there were many times he was standing there looking at that basketball court 12 feet in the air saying, oh, I can knock this down, no problem. The bottles on the bar stool, they don't all go off the bar no matter how hard you Those games are always harder than they look, not even counting any possible cons that are involved. You guys have a great day. Amazing show, Don.
Thank you, Robert. Yeah, shooting at basketball at those things, it's just, I laugh at it. You know. Luke is one of the best three-point shooters, and I don't say that about just Suns just to say it. And they had that thing you pay $10 and you're shooting a three-point in the wind on that one pier. Mm-hmm. He hit one, I hit one, and I was having trouble reaching it, the wind blowing into it.
How intense is the competition of carnival games between you and
well, the one you have to watch out for, row is a deadly shot. So I keep that in mind at all times.
Interesting.
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yeah, it's a dead eye, Dan. Oh, yeah. I'll show you next time we're there. All right. We got a lot of work to accomplish here, though. What do we like today? Henry, which one is yours?
Yeah, I like Ken in the Northeast's answer, his very literal answer of
water. That was a good call.
Joe in Columbus with hitting a baseball. I think it's mental, physical. It's everything about it. And why not throw in John Westchester's answer of volunteer firefighting?
Okay.
I'm leaning toward the volunteer firefighting. I had a soft spot there. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Well, I got some for you. How about spackle from David in Somerset or balance beams from Scott in Northeast?
Yeah. I still like the volunteer firefighter on this one.
Maybe I'm towards water myself. No, not water.
Which one? The water?
The water.
Oh, boy. Henry, you break the tie here. I mean, the water was a great call and is a great point. Yeah, that it's something you think you're just jumping in the water, how hard it is.
While I do appreciate the literal answer that Ken gave, I do think volunteer firefighting is like an unsung kind of passion.
Yeah.
And it is tougher than it looks. So you do got to give up your own time. I wouldn't want to do that.
We're the good guys here. Dan is still going with the water. All right, volunteer firefighter. Thank you. Insist
I just
on
love that the idea that water is actually physically harder than it looks. Like
I got that point. Yeah. All right, Dan, let's shake them up.
It's actually Henry today. Tell us what we got, Henry.
Fire away.
All right. So Monday, the 17th, we had that it person, that it girl, who had the it factor. David Chesterfield had the answer of Princess Diana.
Right.
Tuesday, we asked for that all-time trio. Carolyn Somerton took Joe of Exton's answer of Veni Vidi Vici.
Love that answer.
Wednesday, with something that's highly improbable, Robert and Ben Salem gave the answer of us, the human race even existing on Earth, and the fact that we're in the United States and we can talk all this and that. Yesterday, we did what is something that is comfy. Bruce in the Northeast said a biplane flying over while you're laying on the beach. And then obviously today, Friday, we took John and Westchester's answer of volunteer firefighting. You put those into the hat. Boom. Tuesday's winner, Carol in Somerton. You are the winner of the week.
I love that answer. That was a beautiful answer this week. Fitting justice. Great show, guys. Everyone, thanks for listening. Have a great weekend. Rich Cioli Show next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at California.